Okay, I have announcements that the local control funding formula and items are 13 and 14. They will be heard this morning following the student presentations. And for all items, we have interpreter services. Spanish translations are available for anyone who wishes to provide public comment to the board. So we're now ready for item 11, the State Board of Education student member recommendation of the 3 finalists for submission to the governor for consideration and appointment. This is an action item, and Board Member Burr, who headed the screening committee effort in this area, will introduce the issues and the students and conduct the activities.
Thank you, President Kearse. Good morning, everybody. Just a refresher in how we go about selecting or make our recommendations to the governor for the 2015-16 State Board student member. First of all, as you know, we had an applicant or a recruitment period that was open for a couple of months. And as in the past years, we had a very strong pool of candidates from throughout the state. The State Board Screening Committee's job, along with the rest of the board, is to narrow the field down and to present 3 candidates to the governor for appointment. So the ad hoc screening committee, which consisted of me and board member Holliday, with the assistance of Patricia DeCoss of the State Board staff, reviewed the applications in the last couple of weeks and narrowed the pool of applicants down to 12 semifinalists. And following our action here today, we will be recognizing all of the candidates. It's always a really tough decision. The students are very talented and very passionate about being on the board. So we tried to look at all of the applications holistically, and we selected the 12 who, in our judgment, represented the best cross-section of the applicants who had applied. We invite all of those 12 students to attend the Student Advisory Board of Education conference, which has been held this last week and is sponsored by the California Association of Student Councils. The student delegates then heard presentations from all 12, and they voted for 6 candidates to put forward to the full screening committee. So on Wednesday morning, our screening committee, which consists of me, again, member Holliday, Vice President Strauss, and Kenton Shimazaki was gracious enough to help us out, interviewed the 6 candidates. Again, they're all very talented. They're very impressive presentations. It's always a great joy to participate in this process. We're recommending today that you support the screening committee's decision about the 3 finalists. And as I mentioned, based on our action today, then those 3 finalists will be forwarded to the governor's office, and the governor has the ultimate decision about who would be appointed for next year. So with that, I would like to make a motion that the State Board of Education forward the following 3 names to the governor. Sean, I'm going to mispronounce this, Ken, Adu, from Beverly Hills High School. Michael McFarland, the Palos Verdes Peninsula High School, and Alicia Nagarkar from Capistrano Valley. So I make that motion to forward the 3 finalists. Kenton seconded.
And first?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a board discussion on the motion? Is there any public comment on the motion?
Yes. We have David Scanlon and Guadalupe Valdez for public comments. Please come forward.
And this concerns this item, the student board member.
The one they signed up for.
Okay.
Hello? Yes, no.
Okay.
You want us to check in the...
No, if there's no further public comment, then no further board discussion. Let's vote in the board. Vote for approval. I'll raise your hands. All right. Congratulations to those students.
So I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of this year's applicants, and I'm going to call them forward. We have a recognition for them. So starting with the candidates that we identified as part of the 12, the first person I'd like to call forward And I should say we're going to call forward first the group of 6 folks, and would ask for a photo with President Kirst, and then the semifinalists ask for a photo, and then the finalists who we just voted on. So the first candidate I'd like to call forward is Savannah Edwards. Savannah is from Kearney High School in San Diego. I'm going to have you just go stand up there. Next candidate is Ariana Garado, and Ariana is from the Los Angeles Center for Enriched Studies in Los Angeles. The next candidate is Rachel Groberman, also from the LA Center for Enriched Studies in Los Angeles. The next candidate is Candace Matsumura from Calabasas High School in Los Angeles County. The next candidate is, I'm probably going to mispronounce this, Jesus Stith Gambles from Indercombe High School, Natomas Unified in Sacramento. Jovi. It's a beautiful name, Jovi. I apologize for mispronouncing it. Next candidate, Victoria Yuan from American High School. And I've got the county in here. Fremont Unified, Alameda County. So these are the 6 candidates, and we're going to take a picture with President Kirst. Thank you all again. Great job. The next group represents the semifinalists that I would like to recognize. The first candidate is Jacobson Chang from Troy High School, Fullerton High School District in Orange County. Next is Nidhi Kakula-Warren from Cypress High School, Anaheim Union High School District, Orange County. And the last semifinalist is Christopher Paludi. Christopher is from Redondo Union High School, Redondo Beach Unified District in LA County. One more picture. Thank you. And finally, to recognize the 3 candidates that we're forwarding to the governor for his consideration, our first finalist is Sean Adu. Sean is from Beverly Hills High School, Beverly Hills Unified in Los Angeles County. Next candidate is Michael McFarland. He's from Palos Verdes Peninsula High School, Palos Verdes District in Los Angeles County. And finally, Alicia Nagarkar, Capistrano Valley High School, Capistrano Unified School District, Orange County. And I'll just say while the last picture is being taken, our future is in good hands, believe me. So thank you all for participating, everybody who's part of it. We really look forward to your proposals. And again, a special thanks to Kenton, who organized the whole group and has been very, very helpful in the whole process. So thank you all.
Okay, well, Member Burr's making her way up here. So we're now ready for the item 12, which is the report of the student proposals from the 214 SABE Conference. State Board of Education Liaison Bruce Holliday will introduce this item, if you. Yes.
Well, I had the great pleasure Tuesday evening to speak with the student group. The conversation was focused on a lot of the initiatives that the Department of Education, the Governor's Office, and the State Board of Education have been undertaking. If you've gotten a chance to get a preview of the recommendations that was disseminated this morning, I think you'll agree that this is some of the strongest recommendations, the most aligned recommendations that we've had in the past couple of years. So I'm very pleased to introduce those speakers, and Justin, I assume you'll help us here. Thank you.
So the student members you will present, and we will let you proceed in your own way.
Is both on or? Oh, okay. All right. Good morning, President Kirst and honorable board members. My name is Paige Amormino, and I am a senior at Cardinal Newman High School in Santa Rosa. I am also the state president of the California Association of Student Councils. And now I would like to say some commendations. The Student Advisory Board on Education, a program of the California Association of Student Councils, is honored to extend the following commendations. The Student Advisory Board on Education commends the Honorable Tom Torkelson, State Superintendent of Public Instruction, for supporting student voice. The Student Advisory Board on Education commends Karen Staff Walters, Executive Director of the State Board of Education, for her dedication to the education system in support of student voice and education decision-making processes. The State Board of Education commends Bruce Holliday, member of the California State Board of Education, for his commitment to improving the lives of students and for addressing the Student Advisory Board delegation this year. The Student Advisory Board on Education commends the California State Board of Education for its dedication to enhancing the quality of public education in California and for its encouragement of student input in decision-making, especially by considering the proposals of the Student Advisory Board. The Student Advisory Board on Education lastly commends the staff of the California State Board of Education for sharing their extensive expertise and providing generous help in arranging for the Student Advisory Board to present proposals to the board every year. Thank you. And now I would like to introduce the Director of the Student Advisory Board on Education, Justin Ingram.
Thank you, and I'd just like to thank Board Member Holliday and Paige for the introduction. Good morning, President Kirst and honorable board members. My name is Justin Ingram, and I'm a senior at Bellarmine College Preparatory in San Jose, California. I'm also lucky enough to be the director of this year's Student Advisory Board on Education. I am proud to say that I speak on behalf of all the students here and for the 6.3 million students across California when I thank all of you for giving us the opportunity to speak to you today. As we personally are affected by the policies in California's education system, it is refreshing to see board members who are so willing to recognize and take into consideration the student voice of California's students. With the current changes coursing through our education system, we believe now more than ever that there is a need for open dialogue between board members and the primary stakeholders of our education system. This morning, they will express to you their views, their personal experiences, and their testimonials for the purpose of bettering California's education system. Today we stand together, representing over 6.3 million students, when we present to you 6 proposals focused on reforming the K-12 education system. Through their common experiences, they have decided to take a stance on standardized testing, the role of technology, the next generation science standards, the local control funding formula, and the Instructional Quality Commission. We understand that our time here is limited, so each presenter has prepared a 5-minute speech that we hope will be followed by a quick 5-minute question and answer period. They have done all of this as students whose entire futures have and will be shaped by 13 short years in the K-12 education system. The students of California have spoken, and I am proud to say that their voices will be heard. Thank you again, honorable board members, for not only listening to California's student voice, but making it a priority. And now I'd like to welcome our first group addressing standardized testing. Thank you.
Good morning, President Kirst and honorable board members. My name is Amanda Parker, and I attend Lincoln High School in Stockton. I'm here to represent my team and the 6.3 million students of California in the matter of standardized testing. The KC has not been updated since its first administration in 2001. Clearly, the KC no longer accurately assesses the current California state standards represented by Common Core. We are being taught Common Core standards in the classroom, yet we are being tested on the outdated California state standards. It is inconsistent and pulls focus from what we see as a fundamental curriculum that promotes creative and critical thinking rather than rote memorization. The KC should have been left behind with the STAR testing. We should concentrate on the Smarter Balanced Assessment under the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress, which aligns with Common Core standards. Like many high school students, California itself is going through puberty, experiencing growing pains. The change in California education is uncomfortable and a bit scary. Yet, we stand behind Common Core. Students, teachers, parents, and administrations will not grasp the necessity of Common Core unless we follow through with our commitment and ease the transition to these new standards. Therefore, our proposal is a three-step process. Number one, the current classes of 2018, 19, and 20 will take the Smarter Balanced Assessment, which reflects Common Core standards, their respective junior years as the primary high school exit exam. The KC will serve as an alternative exam for senior students who did not initially pass the Smarter Balanced their junior years. Number two, the class of 2021 will take the Smarter Balanced their junior year in 2020 with opportunities to retake the Smarter Balanced multiple times their senior year. The Smarter Balanced will serve as the only high school exit exam, and the KC will be phased out completely with the exception of the class of 2020 who would have been guaranteed an opportunity to take the KC their senior year upon not passing the Smarter Balanced. And number three, many California public schools assist those who do not initially pass the KC, and we see this sentiment as effective. Therefore, we recommend that the State Board of Education encourage schools to similarly develop a program that aids students who do not pass the Smarter Balanced in their comprehension of Common Core skills and concepts. Throughout this entire transition and beyond, the Smarter Balanced will maintain its current role in assessing schools. We sculpted our plan with current and future generations in mind. Having the KC as a second assessment option will support the students in the next few years who aren't accustomed to Common Core standards, keeping the graduation rate from dropping. Assuming many students will pass the Smarter Balanced their junior years, fewer KC exams will need to be administered the following year, saving funds. The Smarter Balanced costs less per student than the KC. The class of 2021 will have already been exposed to Common Core and Smarter Balanced assessments, so using the KC as an alternative for seniors will no longer be necessary. The KC will be completely eliminated, and California will be fully dedicated to the Common Core curriculum. Since the Smarter Balanced will serve both its current purpose as the high school exit exam, will serve both its current purpose and as the high school exit exam, we will save both funds and class time that would have been allotted for the KC. Lastly, the Smarter Balanced, serving as the high school exit exam, will heighten the value of the diploma. A student who passes a high school exit exam requiring creative and critical thinking with relevant curriculum has more merit than a student who passes one that only requires memorization of outdated material. Students deserve to be equipped with the knowledge and skills to enter the world beyond high school. About 10 states have either already adopted or plan to adopt the Smarter Balanced Assessment or the similar Partnership for Assessment of Readiness for College and Careers, or the PARC, as their high school exit exam. We have to gather the grit required to make the tough decisions and do what is ultimately best for the students. It's time for puberty to come to an end, so our braces are coming off and our voices are cracking for the last time. Kurt Vonnegut once said, "True terror is to wake up and find that your high school class is running the country." But I believe with our proposed changes in standardized testing, I will not be terrified, I will not be worried, I will be confident, and I will be sure. Thank you for your time. The floor is now open to questions.
Well, this is an issue we're thinking deeply about, so we're primed for questions. Questions from the board member? Board member
I just
Strauss?
want to compliment the group that worked on it and the writers, because you really did capture many of the issues, those of us that are thinking about what the next generation should be. And we appreciated your reference to literature and puberty as well. And I think that really, we've watched some of the groups work on these projects, and it obviously showed a lot of thought. So I appreciated the phase-in process that you put into the plan, and the reference to the new standards and why we're teaching that way, and what needs to happen. So I would say it was well, on my part, well received, and you really made a point, the group that put that together. Thank you.
Thank you.
My question would be, some people have suggested that students be able to submit supplementary material rather than just an exam. They could provide a portfolio of some of their work and round this out with more information. Did you consider that, and what were your thoughts on additional information to just an assessment?
Yes, we did consider that. My wonderful team had come from very different backgrounds, some coming from Northern California, Southern California, different types of schools. So we had many perspectives on this issue, and we decided that regarding the portfolio, that could not fairly be assessed and compare all students from across California, and submitting an alternative exam such as the SAT, ACT, AP, or IB test scores would require us to work with the college board, and we found complications with that. So we focused mostly on the KC and the Smarter Balanced Assessment because those two programs are already in existence in California, and we thought that would be convenient because this is an issue that needs to be addressed as soon as possible.
Okay, board member Rucker, I know.
Well, I also want to thank you for your thoughtful presentation and the ideas. One of the issues that we continue to grapple with is not just the short-term goal of what we're going to do this spring with the new assessment, but figuring out those incremental steps in between. So I have to commend your work group for thinking both on the long term and looking at what those intermediate steps are. I also want to thank you for the humor that you added to the presentation, but also I have to tell you I must commend the work that you all did in looking at the broader context beyond California and looking at what it means for other states to be looking at similar steps. And so your goal was not just to create parity with what other students who are graduating in your cohort are doing, but to also be able to justify the rigor of your preparation to compete with those students, not only for college entrance, but also to show the value of your diploma because other states are doing the same thing. So I think that was very broad and very important retrospective thinking on your part. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Board member Shimasaki.
I appreciate your presentation. For the board members that do not know, I very much appreciate it coming from a fellow Lincoln High School student. I think the board should strongly consider the proposal that courses are provided for students who do not initially pass the Smarter Balanced assessment, if we do decide to move towards integration of the Smarter Balanced and the high school exit exam, I think that it's important that we understand that the transition to Common Core will be addressed very differently across the state. It will be addressed in very different ways, and that our highest priority should be on supporting the students ultimately in their transition to Common Core and working with the schools and the districts to provide opportunities for success and opportunities for students who do not initially pass the Smarter Balanced assessment.
Thank you.
All right, there are not other comments. We'll come back. We'll come to your second proposal.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And now I'd like to introduce our next proposal, which is on the next generation science standards, which will be presented by Ellen Wang. Thank you.
Good morning, President Kirst and esteemed board members. My name is Ellen Wang, and I'm a junior at Troy High School in Fullerton. On behalf of the delegation of the Student Advisory Board on Education, I'd like to address the lack of student involvement in the implementation plan of the Next Generation Science Standards, or NGSS for short. We propose that the State Board of Education offer an annual student survey and communicate with district and county student board members, as well as Associated Student Body or ASB presidents via email, in order to assess the effectiveness of the implementation of NGSS. To clarify, this proposal is not advocating for more student influence on the standards themselves, but rather on the implementation process. It is very clear that NGSS will engage students more effectively by connecting the knowledge of various disciplines together and then relating these concepts to real-world applications. However, from the student's point of view, certain problems can also arise with the implementation of NGSS. Because California is already behind in science education, with our 8th graders ranking 47th out of 50 states on the 2012 National Assessment of Educational Progress, students already struggling with current science standards may fall even further behind as the broader concepts of NGSS are applied to curriculum. Thus, it is incredibly important to incorporate student involvement in the implementation of NGSS. Personally, I've had experience with just how valuable student voices are when implementing curriculum. As a student attending Troy High School, the 6th best STEM school in the nation, when I'm able to voice my passion for the sciences and to provide input on how the subject is taught, I can learn more effectively. My sophomore year chemistry teacher is an effective instructor, proven by her extremely high advanced placement passing rate. Now, this is because she allowed for students like me to voice their opinions on her teaching style. As we students really are the biggest stakeholders in our education system, applying the success of student involvement to the implementation of NGSS, students need to be able to convey both the positive and the negative elements of implementation, and thus be able to improve these elements based on the unique perspective we can bring. Currently, there is a device in place for the evaluation of implementation based on input from stakeholders such as county offices of education and learning providers. However, there are no specific opportunities for student voice detailed in the implementation of NGSS. Thus, we propose that the State Board of Education offer an annual student survey assessing the effectiveness of the implementation of NGSS. This annual student survey should be added to the end of the NGSS assessment and thus have minimal costs, provided that the test be administered online. Survey content should include methods teachers use in implementing NGSS and student readiness for the NGSS assessment. Past cases for the voicing of student opinion via surveys include the California Exit Exam Survey, administered at the end of the test, which is used to gauge student preparation for that test. We also propose that the State Board of Education uphold communication via an open email dialogue with the county and district student board members, as well as ASB presidents. This is to ensure that standards are implemented effectively. This method of student involvement will also be completely cost-free, as the medium of communication will be the internet. A successful case of student representation communicating to a Board of Education is the Students United for the Representation of the Fremont Unified School District Board. This is a student group that voices the opinions of 30,000 students in the Fremont Unified School District to the district's Board of Education. A compilation of the results of both the annual student surveys on the implementation plan and the opinions voiced by district and county student board members, as well as ASB presidents, should then be incorporated into the revisions of the science framework. With the addition of student voice in the implementation process of NGSS, the applications of these new standards will then truly benefit the science education of the 6.3 million students of California, thus fostering a next generation of students who can look at the world we live in with a novel scientific perspective. Thank you very much for listening. I will now open up the floor for questions for 5 minutes.
Right. Board Member Williams would have a question.
Yes, I'm one of the NGSS leads for the state board and have been very engaged with it for the past 3 years. So well, I welcome your remarks. And what I realized is that a couple of months ago, as we were going through the local control accountability plan development of the regulations and how that was going to happen at the local level, we heard a great deal about student voice and the importance of local districts welcoming and reaching out to students to share their thinking and their ideas about what should go into the local control accountability plan and how well it was going to be implemented. But that was not focused specifically on NGSS. And I think it's a great idea what you are recommending, that you give more, that the students give more voice or have an opportunity for more voice and organize such opportunities for yourselves, just in case the districts aren't doing that for you. I did wonder, based upon some of the comments you made, naturally you would be focused on high school because you're all in high school. So even at the middle grades level, students would be able to talk, I think, eloquently about what was working and not working. I'm wondering what your thinking is about the K-5 level and the extent to which students have the kind of organizations or leadership or how you would see going about getting input from students at that level on NGSS implementation.
So I think for students in the K through 5 level, a major player for the student involvement in the implementation plan would be the surveys that are attached to the end of the NGSS assessment. And as the kids get older, they will be able to get more involved with the district and county student board member positions as well as ASB positions in order to voice their opinions as well.
So the only challenge to that I'll just raise with you is that we're not likely to have an NGSS-aligned assessment for several years, but the implementation we hope will begin now in a kind of a slow rollout over the next 3-4 years. So attaching it to the test will be a reasonable approach to have in another 4 years, and so getting input between now and then might need a different mechanism, might need something like an organized online opportunity as opposed to the attachment to the test. That might be a longer-term solution.
Okay, I see. Thank you.
Board Member Rucker.
So I want to thank you and give my appreciation to you for talking about student voice. As a former elementary school teacher, I can tell you that students do have an opinion about the experiences they have. At the beginning of my career, I used to introduce all my lessons to my first grade class and tell them, today we're going to have fun learning about, and then fill in the blank. One day I had a student who looked at me at the end of the lesson and said, Ms. Rucker, I didn't have any fun. So it is very clear. It doesn't really matter what the age is that students are in school and experiencing the learning experiences that we're trying to create for them as educators. They have an opinion about what's going on. And you're right, they are the primary stakeholders on the work that we are asking them to engage in. So I do appreciate the suggestion that you've made. We struggled for a long time on the board when we were trying to develop the local control funding formula regulations and figure out that. We heard very clearly from students about the issue of student voice. So we're in a generation, we are in an era of education reform and school turnaround where probably we do need to understand the elevated and increasingly important role of the voice of those students, because I still remember that first grader's voice every single time I look at some of these decisions and some of these concerns, not so much about whether or not he had any fun, but whether or not it's going to mean something to him later. So thank you very much for this idea and for how well organized your presentation was.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now I'd like to introduce Deborah Lee, who's going to be speaking about the local control funding formula. Thank you.
Good morning, President Kirst and honorable board members. My name is Deborah Lee, and I am a junior attending Beverly Hills High School in the Los Angeles County. The California Association of Student Councils and the Student Advisory Board on Education is in full support of the new definitions of student engagement within the Local Control Accountability Plan as stated in the proposal spending requirements in item 14. Pending the approval of this crucial item, we recognize that districts still need clear options as to how they can go about implementing student engagement under these new definitions. Therefore, we recommend that the State Board of Education adopt a set of guidelines for best practices in consulting students as defined by LCAP. These guidelines would lay out implementation options for districts so that they can put the new definitions into action. The California Association of Student Councils is prepared to volunteer to create this set of guidelines. As representatives of the diverse students in California, the California Association of Student Councils can accurately bring together the opinions of various groups across the state. Students in California are advocating for their needs and concerns to be heard according to the 8 LCAP priorities. Because of the lack of meaningful implementation options for soliciting student input, students are standing idle as decisions for funding are made without sufficient student feedback. A first-hand analysis of LCAP performance is in need of students' points of view, and it is evident that student voice and involvement is absolutely vital. Because the LCAP itself admits that student voice is important, and the State Board of Education makes time for students to express their own notions through the Student Advisory Board on Education, local district boards should also adopt this model behavior. In this week alone, students have come together to develop numerous implementation options for student involvement in the process, one of which is that of a student advisory committee consisting of student representatives based on student population and diversity that would draft a survey evaluating a school's performance. This committee would then review the survey results and implement the feedback to improve student engagement within LCAP. The survey results would also be included to the annual LCAP update and the triannual LCAP report. As you can see, the sole purpose of this committee would be to gather student feedback in the LCAP process, differing from any associated student body or other student groups on campus. Although schools have adopted a wide variety of measures to solicit student opinions, not all suggested practices are ideal. With the establishment of these guidelines consisted of best practices districts can effectively utilize student feedback to actually make change. Student involvement in LCAP would be the building block for students to finally have the stage and make an impact on their education where it directly affects themselves and their communities. And the California Association of Student Councils will ensure that this set of guidelines will allow for all student voices to be heard. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I hope you give students the same opportunities to voice their thoughts and opinions as you have given me today. I now open the floor to questions.
Thank you for that. The board has heard a lot from a student group for Californians for Justice. Indeed, they were very active in helping us think about the role of the students in the LCAP, and we included student role in the LCAP. Have you have any intention of talking with them at any point about this, I think, or collaborating with that group, which is another group of students?
So as of now, we took the definitions proposed in item 14, which I believe includes student surveys, forums, the formation of a student advisory committee, conversing with student government body groups on campus, and also any other group that are representing students. We decided that because those definitions were already going to be proposed, it would be most feasible and most reasonable for us to try to define these broad definitions rather than to add the new definitions. So we definitely do plan on maybe conversing with them because our proposal is based on their broad definitions.
Thank you. Other comments from board members? Board Member Burr.
Well, I just want to thank you for your proposal and for your group's work on it. Very thoughtful. And just to let you know, in the next item, after the student presentations, you'll hear an update on the work that we are doing on the local control funding formula, especially from Janelle Kubanik at WestEd. We have a couple of next steps related to a rubric design, and then we also have, we'll be initiating the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence. Both of those efforts will involve how do you look at how effective we are with all kinds of input, but especially student input. So I really encourage you to think about that a little bit. We're always looking for suggestions. These are very helpful suggestions. I especially appreciate the enthusiastic endorsement of local control funding formula because it's been a little bit of a struggle, but it's years in the making, and we really hope that you'll continue to stay engaged. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, and we'll look forward to the next proposal.
Thank you. And now I'd like to introduce Jacobson Chang, who will be talking about the role of technology in our education system.
Good morning, President Kirst and esteemed board members. My name is Jacobson Chang, and I too are currently attending Troy High School in Fullerton, California. Picture, if you will, a world without technology. It's difficult to imagine, isn't it? After all, the role of technology is only growing in our lives. Despite California being the forefront of technological innovation, our standards do not reflect this. California needs explicit educational technological learning standards appropriate for the 21st century. Thus, it is my honor to present to you the Student Advisory Board of Education, henceforth referred to as SABE's, resolution on the role of technology within our classrooms. The goal of this resolution is to prepare our students with the technology skills they will need to excel in their careers. In doing so, this plan addresses two areas in which technology integration is necessary. The first area deals with what the students learn, whereas the second area deals with how the students learn. The first area, which you'll find under policies, outlines the basic technology skills that students will undoubtedly put into practice into their careers and later on in life. In our research, we found that the importance of technology was emphasized in the Common Core state standards, but CCSS lacked explicitly outlined technological learning standards. Therefore, we present to the California State Board of Education that they create a more detailed and advanced set of statewide standards specific to grades K through 3, 4 through 6, and 7 through 8. In grades 9 through 12, students will apply these standards. Kindergarten through 3rd grade. We need our students to become familiar with the computer from an early age. As such, in grades K through 3, children should learn the keyboard layout while they learn the alphabet. In line with our reasoning for kindergarten, 1st graders will learn how to type the same time they learn how to write. There are many proven benefits to learning how to type, such as increasing efficiency in working and reducing both physical and mental fatigue. Knowing how to type is essential in today's working world. Naturally, if one uses computers in their daily lives, they should understand a computer's basic operations, as well as how to utilize peripherals such as a mouse and flash drive. Students will also receive the opportunity to receive an introduction to graphic design. Studies indicate that giving students a medium in which they can visually portray their thoughts leads to an increased comprehension of the learning material at hand. 4 through 6. After grades K through 3, students will learn even more skills that they will use in their careers. We would not be using a computer to its full capacity if we didn't properly utilize its communication functions. At the same time, the internet is a dangerous place, and thus students must be taught internet safety. The internet is the greatest resource known to man. The benefits of learning how to use the internet are endless, and I'm sure you all know many of them. Internet proficiency is directly linked to student achievement. A groundbreaking study was conducted that concluded that using technology was crucial in turning at-risk students around. Students will learn how to utilize the internet as a research tool, allowing them to explore many fields of learning that they find interesting. 7th through 8. After grades 4 through 6 comes 7th through 8. By the time students reach the 7th and 8th grade, it all comes down to refinement. Before students are sent off to high school, it is imperative that the curriculum ensures that students have properly developed their skills. As such, 7th and 8th grade, with regards to technology, are all about advancing the skills students have acquired. Students will advance their skills in graphic design, word processing, web communications, and researching, and much, much more. By this time, students will be well-versed in computer skills. And of course, high school. You may ask, what's left to learn? It is vital that students continue to utilize their skills up until high school and beyond, through college and in their lives. Therefore, it is the discretion of the high schools to ensure that students hone their skills until they reach the college level. The second area of our proposal deals primarily with the role of teachers in instructional material in integrating technology in the classroom. In order for students to maximize their learning experience, educators need to utilize technology in teaching. Under this proposal, the State Board of Education would recommend to the local districts they increase professional development and support for teachers in utilizing technology in their classrooms. These teacher trainings will outline innovative and engaging ways in which K-12 teachers of all subjects can integrate technology. For example, teachers could use interactive timelines and maps to teach history. I do not need to hash out why having technology in our curriculum is important, as I'm sure many of you already know. But what I do want to reiterate is the urgency of implementing tech standards. California is one of the last 16 states to lack a set of technological standards. Having technology integrated into the curriculum is inevitable, but it hasn't always been plausible. Until now. There have been recent developments in California's education that make the feasibility of implementing tech standards greater now more than ever. The Smarter Balance Assessment Consortium Board recently ruled that all schools in California must have computers in order to account for their SBAC test. So in terms of hardware, schools are properly equipped. Computers aren't simply a fad. If anything, their role in our lives will only continue to grow. But unfortunately, as of now, our technologically competent workforce isn't growing with it. Anyone with a computer has the power to change the world, to make theirs and others' lives infinitely better. But it is up to you, the State Board, to give them that power and ensure that our students can compete and thrive in the technologically dependent, driven 21st century. Thank you for your time. I now open up the floor to questions.
Do you want to respond or I want to respond? Yeah. Okay. And I'm sure Board Member Williams will help me with this and other board members. We're thinking in a little bit different frame than you are in policy analysis called the policy frame. What we have been thinking about on the board and with consulting other people is what should students know and be able to do about computer science, one angle of which you have. But we're thinking in a more broad way that you have a component of this, but we are frankly searching for computer science is more than the use of technology, as you know. So the underlying concept, should students know anything about that? You're required by the University of California to submit a laboratory science for admission. This is the 21st century. Is computer science equal to that? The next generation science standards have computer science as an application. I would say what you have is good, but it would be even better for us if we could get your thoughts on the underlying parts of computer science. Younger students might do coding and something. What should be in the 6th to 8th grade? Do students need to know about the concepts of computer science, the impact of computers on society? There's no sequencing in computer science in K-12 education. There's an advanced placement exam heavy with Java as a technique. That may go away someday. And so the sequencing, though, to lead to AP is not like other areas. So we're searching, and this is very helpful, but I just wanted to say we're trying to fit this into a broader framework. Board Member Williams is also.
Yes, I'm delighted that you chose this as your topic, and this is something that hasn't come to the full board yet for a topic of discussion, but President Kirst and I have been exposed to people who are raising these questions and thinking about it just for the last 5 or 6 months. And I appreciate the fact that you broke it down by grade level, but as you moved through it, the focus seemed to be primarily on how to use technology. And as President Kirst was alluding to, many of the people that we're talking to move beyond how to use it to how to create it. And that becomes computer science. When you're not just learning how to use it, but you are creating algorithms and you are designing programs and software and data files that analyze data and all that other kind of thing, which is what you would, if you were in AP computer science, you would be doing, and if you were in a 4-year computer science degree at Stanford, that's what you'd be doing. So the parts that you raised are definitely need to be part of that program, and I like the way you talked. I personally, as one individual, like the way you talked about learning to write and learning to keyboard at the same time. That was, I really thought that was well thought out in terms of how important it is to bring this in with the other developmental steps that go through. But the piece that I would encourage you and your group to consider is moving it at some point, usually by middle school, but certainly early high school, into have student access to instruction that enables them to learn how to design software and create new programs, not just use somebody else's software. And then what that would do for them in terms of opening up career opportunities. And one of the biggest issues in this is increased student access among low-income students and females to computer science training, because they tend to be white males that go into computer science.
Yeah, some statistics, our enrollment in computer science is declining in the state. Only about half the high schools have any entry in this field, and about 13% of our high schools offer advanced placement computer science. So we have been under quite a bit of agitation from various groups that we need to get on with this, and this is helpful, but we need to focus more broadly, I think. Yes.
Well, I also appreciate your comment and suggestion. Once I got better at teaching, somebody actually let me out of the classroom, and I became a computer resource teacher, and I was responsible for running a computer lab at a school site. A lot of the issues you raised are frankly issues that many schools and districts are continuing to wrestle with, especially districts where computers and having regular access to computers for students are still a novelty at a period of time in our existence where we are now moving to computer adaptive assessments. So the conversations that you're hearing from the board really are more conversations that would probably be a great conversation in districts where regular access and instruction in computers are integrated into the curriculum, and the use and access of computers are a norm. But when districts are really beginning to purchase computers for the first time, the issues that you articulated in your proposal are where their conversations begin. So for me, in listening both to what Dr. Kirst and Board Member Williams said, we have to bridge these two very different continuums of experience that are going on in our schools and districts right now. Your proposal looks at that side of the continuum where, frankly, the district where I worked in is still struggling with in various ways in many schools across that district, and where probably maybe where you come from, more of what he talked about is more closer to the norm of your experience as a student in school. I agree with you that students do benefit from the ability to learn how to type and write at the same time, because that was the experience I saw and observed with the students that I had a chance to work with. But at the same time, we need to figure out a way to move them beyond that and step them up to being able to look at and to do other things. So I absolutely appreciate your proposal, because you actually gave a proposal that's where I lived as a professional, and that I do know many, many districts are continuing to struggle with. So I thank you for recognizing we still have schools that, and I'm not going to label them as not stepping into the 21st century, who have not had the opportunity that have been provided to other schools and that we take for granted. For so long, people have taken for granted that California, because we're the home of Silicon Valley, that we're doing things other states are not doing, and that's not necessarily true. So your proposal is both very contemporaneous and really steeped in some realities about what is and is not going on well in our schools. So I thank you very much for that.
Board Member Williams.
I have one more comment I want to make, and that is I appreciated also that you made a distinction between what students need to be learning and then shifted to how teachers can use technology in their classrooms, not to teach students about computers, but to teach them about anything, to have it be a vital part of instruction and make it a more robust instruction. And that's also something I'm interested in. So access to computer science by a greater number of students, and especially low-income students, is really important. But in addition, this past year, last February specifically, I did a tour of schools in California that were implementing blended learning programs, where they were using technology in very deep and sophisticated ways, both to engage their students, but also to deepen the instruction of the program. And while it's definitely not ubiquitous, but there are some real models out there of what you're talking about in terms of pulling technology in the classroom and changing the way that teachers are using it. Some really great stuff out there going on. I liked that about your presentation, that you talked about both things, from the student perspective and the instructional teacher perspective.
Have you looked at the digital literacy certificate awarded by Common Sense Media? Has that come across your radar screen? They actually have developed units of how to be digitally literate, and includes a lot of your things about online privacy, safety, web communication, and all of that. Have you been able to?
Yes. In our studies and extensive research, we came across many forms of curriculum in which they implement many of what we say, one of which being the Long Beach Unified School District. The Long Beach Unified School District at one point was a very subpar district, but after implementing technological standards very similar to the ones we have here, they were able to rise to one of the top 5 public school districts in the nation. So to answer your question, we have done a lot of research on curriculums that are similar to ours, yes.
Okay, good, because there is a lot out there, as you've discovered. Other comments? All right, thank you. This has stimulated a lot of interest.
If I may end with a comment, I appreciate the board's proficiency and willingness to accept that computer science is a growing field. I, too, strongly believe in it because I do a lot of programming. I feel as though the board is very capable, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. And next person going to present is Michael McFarland, and he's going to be talking about the school evaluation system.
Good morning, President Kurz and esteemed board members. My name is Michael McFarland, and I'm currently a student at Palos Verdes Peninsula High School in Rancho Palos Verdes, California. Before the implementation of Common Core and the new Smarter Balanced standardized tests, schools were evaluated primarily on the performance of their students on standardized tests. The scores from these tests were taken and then calculated into a score called an Academic Performance Index, which ranged from 200 to 1,000 and was then used to determine the quality of a school. Although this school was important in gauging the academic performance of a school, it failed to evaluate the school in a more holistic manner. We believe there's so much more to the quality of a school than simply the performance of its students on written exams. Although test scores are important, they fail to identify other vital aspects that make up a school, such as student-to-teacher ratio, the elective and advanced opportunities offered to students, graduation and dropout rates, and the facilities that a school contains. With the California education system in an exciting transitional period, we believe it is time to reevaluate the way the API scores are calculated and the process in which a school is evaluated. Imagine that you were moving to California from another state and that you were deciding on a school that would best give your child success. Would you want to choose a school that simply had high test scores, or a school that gave your child an opportunity to succeed in any one of their passions or interests? With the answer to this question clear and simple, it is time to reevaluate the way in which we evaluate our schools. Here is what we as students propose. In future calculation of API scores, a school's SARC, or School Accountability Report Card, plays an important role in the score that a school receives. As you know, a SARC contains school safety and climate for learning, academic data, school completion rates, teacher and staff information, and class sizes, all factors that we as students believe helps to determine the quality of a school. Since each school is already required to submit a SARC annually, this would help to facilitate the data collection process. The fiscal component to this proposal is minimal to none, as the employment hours needed to evaluate the SARCs is the only potential factor that would cost any money at all. We believe that standardized test scores should be a large component when determining the quality of a school, but that they should not be the only component. Following the processes stated above will not only provide the Board of Education, parents, and students with a greater view of what each and every school has to offer, but will also foster well-rounded students. The purpose of high school is to prepare career and college-ready students, and by evaluating schools holistically, this standard can finally be met. The simple action of incorporating SARCs into API scores can ensure the best education possible for every single student in California. I'm now opening the floor to questions.
Thank you. Okay. Board Member Strauss.
So I just want to thank you and your committee for the input. It's actually very timely because we are rethinking sort of the variety of ways we help communities and schools judge how they're doing to get kids college and career ready. So it's actually very, very timely, and we're going to be talking about it at our upcoming advisory commission and our next board meeting and on. And we've been spending quite a bit of time also looking at the SARCs and trying to determine whether there's what needs to be there that is giving good information to community, and how could all these reports be in one way so that people can read them and understand them. So a credit to you and your committee, Michael, for the thinking about how we ought to give information and also ranking. And you guys should continue to follow the conversation, and I think your input and ideas are very helpful because we are very involved in rethinking that. So just thank you all for your thoughts about that.
Yeah, the direction of state policy is clearly in the direction you're thinking. And so this is helpful in how to integrate the SARC into our thinking as well. Board Member Sandel.
Yeah, good morning. I'm also one of the liaisons to Public Schools Accountability Act Advisory Group, and you really have your finger on the pulse of what we're talking about now. So thank you and your colleagues for putting that thoughtful presentation together. And I agree there are multiple measures of student achievement and success as well as school quality. Mm-hmm. So thank you, and just keep an eye out on the PSAA gatherings. We do have, their public meetings, and it's a great opportunity for students to become engaged in that conversation. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, the Public School Accountability Advisory Committee, right. Board Member Shimazaki.
Yeah, thank you, Michael, for that great presentation. I think the board, one thing that I wanted to highlight in his presentation is that we use APIs primarily as a accountability for statewide programs, but also the aspect that many communities utilize the API score and they compare it to other schools in their community, and it plays a large role in how community members and how parents evaluate the schools and how it determines eventually where they would like to locate themselves and where they would like to reside in order to obviously send their kids the best education possible. And so I think that similarly to local control, how we believe that we're giving more autonomy to the school districts, and there's many different ways to educate a student. There's many different programs that they can move their funds into. I think similarly from the API, there are many different indicators that we can use to gauge student preparedness, student safety, and student success. And so I think that as we move forward with developing, I know we have the survey of school administrators on what should be included in the API scores eventually. I think that as we move that way, we should also be keeping in mind the community component of the API scores.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now I'd like to introduce our final group, who will be Paige Amarino will be speaking again on that topic, and it's about the Instructional Quality Commission. Thank you.
Good morning, President Kirst and honorable board members. My name is Paige Amarino. I'm a senior at Cardinal Newman High School in Santa Rosa, and I'm also the state president of the California Association of Student Councils. Members of the State Board of Education, there is a need for student perspective in the evaluation of our education. There is a need for a more accurate representation of the 6.3 million students in California. There is a need for the biggest stakeholders in our education system to address the needs of their peers, needs that can be overlooked in a room full of adults who have been out of the classroom for some years now. That is why the Student Advisory Board on Education recommends to you the addition of 2 student members to the Instructional Quality Commission, or IQC. Currently, the student member on the State Board of Education brings a student opinion to the board, but he has limited control over the curriculum and instructional materials that go out to the millions of students in California. The student member simply has one vote on whether or not an item is passed. They have no role in the development of curriculum, standards, or instructional materials. If we were to add student members to the IQC, student members would have more power in both how and what they are taught. Students are the largest stakeholders in their education system, and they deserve the opportunity to have their voices heard on the issues that the IQC addresses. There would only be 2 amendments necessary in the Education Code to make this proposal possible. These amendments are highlighted in our proposal. The first amendment would be to the California Education Code, which outlines the components of the IQC. We recommend to change the number of IQC members from 13 to 15, with the 2 additions being the student members. And we further recommend that the State Board of Education amend the California Education Code, which outlines the selection process for the student board member on the State Board of Education. There are 2 different ways we can amend this code. The first amendment option would simply be to appoint the 2 finalists not elected as student board members to the newly created student positions on the IQC. The second option would be to invite the 11 finalists who were not chosen to be the student board member to be interviewed by a screening committee for the position of the 2 seats for the IQC. Both options ensure that the IQC candidates are held to the same standards that the student board member candidates are held to on the education board. And the fact that this screening process for student membership on the State Board of Education already exists makes the implementation of these amendments extremely feasible. These two amendments are all it would take to make this proposal a reality. We can't put a price on California's education, but we can put a price on ensuring that student voice has a say in it. At most, the cost of implementing this proposal would just be the fees required to transport the 2 student members to and from the Instructional Quality Commission meetings. This recommendation is easy to implement and has minimal costs. But the effect this proposal would have on improving our education system would be groundbreaking. And the value of giving students a voice is priceless. Thank you. I would now like to open the floor for 5 minutes of questions.
Board members, thank you. Board member questions?
One comment is that just in having worked with the student reports each year and listening to them and watching your work, I just want to compliment this group particularly in all the research and not only your proposals, but the implementation process, the relation to Ed Code, the data that you all found across the country and in California that supported your recommendations. And I think as one board member, you give us a lot to think about and some relevant opportunities for us to improve service to kids and including their voices. So I just appreciate the work that all of you, I know in watching it, I think Member Hall and I have watched them work in day and night, drafting these proposals and all the processes, and to the organization, the organizers of the process, just really appreciate the relevancy of your comments.
Thank you.
Other board member comments? Okay, Board Member Holliday.
Justin, congratulations. It's a great week and obviously a great conference, and you did an excellent job in your leadership role. To all of the students who participated, these are the strongest recommendations I've heard in the past couple of years I've been on the board. And Member Strauss is right, we have a lot to think about. I especially appreciate how you thought carefully about financial issues associated with recommendations. You did the research, you made comparisons, also what might streamline the process, make it easier for people to accept in one form or another. It was a very mature and adult approach to all of the topics. And so, ladies and gentlemen, excellent job.
It was a pleasure working with your group. I endorse all those comments.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. I'd like to thank President Kirst and all the honorable members one last time. Our delegates are extremely passionate about these proposals and will take all of your comments extremely seriously. We thank you for your support and will continue to work on these recommendations so when we come back next year, we can have 6 new topics to talk about. Thank you all.
Okay, we're now ready to move on to item 13, which is the local control funding formula update. This is an information item, and Chris Swenson's here to present a number of topics that evolve from meeting to meeting, and so go ahead.
Good morning, President Kirst, Deputy Ellerby, members of the board. I am Chris Swenson, Director of the Local Agency Systems Support Office. Item 13 is one of a series of regular information items to demonstrate progress and highlight resources as LCFF is implemented, and no specific action is recommended this morning. The content of my comments is in attachment 1, and I'll review each one briefly. The first is an update on the status of expanded foster youth data in CalPADS. The September 2014 update item described the progress of collaboration between the CDE and the California Department of Social Services to make data about foster youth available on a weekly basis to the school, district, and county office of education in which a foster youth is enrolled. The data accessible to LEAs via CalPads includes the status of a student's foster placement as well as information about services provided by other local social service agencies. The final phase of the implementation of this new CalPads functionality was dependent on the completion of an MOU between the two agencies in order to allow sharing of foster data between the Child Welfare Case Management System and CalPads. This has been a lengthy and intricate process involving CDE program, data management, and legal staff. And since the September meeting, the MOU has been finalized and signed by both parties. The CDE received the data file in mid-October and began necessary testing prior to entering data into CalPads. LEAs were notified that foster youth data and related reports were loaded into CalPads on October 31st, and authorized LEA staff were able to access foster youth reports for the first time during the week of November 3rd, last week. The data sharing agreement represents an ongoing relationship between the CDE and the CDSS to ensure that, to the extent possible, complete and accurate data about foster youth is available in CalPads. To support LEA staff, the CDE is developing a self-paced training module for the CalPads foster functionality, which will be accessible online. The training will include information about the security role required for staff with access to the foster information, as well as other considerations for appropriate use of the information to best serve the needs of foster youth in a manner consistent with student privacy protections. In addition, the CDE's Coordinated Student Support Division is prepared to continue its outreach to foster youth services coordinators in each county to assist with resources and support that enable them to design more effective services and programs. And as a reminder, many of the CDE's support resources were highlighted in the September LCFF update item. And I should say, I'm going to keep moving unless you stop me for questions. So that's at your discretion, obviously.
Just one quick comment. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you. Not my work, but thank you.
It's historic. And to all those people who put in, obviously, hours of work to make this work seamlessly and safely for the children, but still give that essential information.
Yeah.
Excellent job.
And of course, that is just a first step. Now we have to do something with it.
I know, but it's a crucial first step. Thank you.
It is. Thank you. I'm moving next to the review, the CDE review of County Office of Education 2014 LCAPs. And as discussed in September, the CDE received 65 LCAPs for the 14-15 school year, 1 from each of the 58 counties, plus 1 from each of the 7 districts that are the sole district within a county. Most plans were submitted within the required time frame, and most received an initial review by both program and fiscal staff within the first 2 weeks of receipt. In those cases where clarification was deemed necessary, CDE staff contacted the COE or district by phone, and a majority of the requests for clarification were completed within a few days of the initial notification. In a small number of instances, the clarification process was not completed by August 15th, the date by which LEAs were to be notified in writing of such requests. CDE submitted written requests for clarification to those LEAs and subsequently received the requested information. We began notifying COEs and districts of LCAP approvals in late August and continued until all 65 were notified. The LCFF calls for broad system changes for the delivery of K-12 education, and the LCAP is a key element of those changes. In the 14-15 school year, LEAs were required to rapidly transition to development and implementation of an LCAP, engage stakeholders in the process, and establish goals and planned actions to achieve those goals for each of the 8 state priorities, and of course that's 10 for county offices of education. The emergency regulations governing the expenditure of LCFF supplemental and concentration funds and the template for the LCAP were finalized and adopted in January 2014, 2 months ahead of the statutory deadline for the template. Despite adopting that template ahead of schedule, LEAs were given a little more than 5 months to complete their first LCAPs. During this time, the CDE responded to questions and comments from practitioners and advocates seeking clarification about the requirements of the statute and about how those requirements should be demonstrated in the LCAP template. We noted that despite some confusion as questions were asked and answered, practitioners, including county offices and charters and districts, communicated a commitment to completing an LCAP that met the intent of the statute. Thus, this year was characterized as a learning year for LEAs and the CDE in terms of LCAP development and review. And of course, these perceptions are echoed in a recently released research brief. It was released late last month, entitled Toward a Grand Vision, Early Implementation of California's Local Control Funding Formula. Despite these initial implementation issues, there were areas of strength in the first-year LCAPs. Many plans reviewed by the CDE included goals and actions to particularly address the needs of English learners or foster youth. Several plans provided especially detailed goals, actions, and services to address the implementation of Common Core state standards. Some plans provided in-depth descriptions of new methods of outreach to parents and plans to promote stronger parent involvement. Many of the public comments the CDE received about the LCAP template during the rulemaking process proposed modifications to the template in order to make it easier to use and to read for the community, other stakeholders, practitioners, and reviewers alike. As a result, changes to the template were made, and those changes have been generally well received. CDE staff believe the experiences from this year, combined with the changes to the template, will result in LCAPs for 2015 that better describe LEA goals, actions, and services to address the state priorities and to meet the needs of all students. Our focus for the 2015 cycle will be to assist LEAs to develop LCAPs that more clearly describe goals and actions to address each of the state priorities for all students and for each student group. For example, there was tension between the requirement to address all priorities, many with multiple indicators, and at the same time maintain a number of plan goals that was considered manageable in the local context in a 1, 2, or 3-year period. And as a result, in some instances, it was difficult to determine that a plan had addressed all state priorities. And of course, as I've already stated, that required the reviewer to contact the LEA to ask for additional clarification. Once the permanent regulations are finalized and approved, CDE staff will dedicate resources during the remainder of this school year to providing technical assistance to all LEAs and specifically to the COEs for the development of the 15-16 LCAP and annual update. Current plans for the next 3 or 4 months include sharing CDE's LCAP review guidelines well in advance with COE staff, identifying and sharing sample segments of 24 LCAPs that conveyed information clearly, and providing small group or individual coaching sessions to COEs beginning in late winter. And with that, in the next segment, you'll hear an update on the review of district plans by COEs. And here to provide that update is Stan Mantooth, County Superintendent of Ventura County, Josh Schultz, Deputy Superintendent of Napa County, and Gary Waddell, Deputy Superintendent of the San Mateo County office.
Yeah, maybe there's questions for you before they start. Any board member questions on the items covered so far? Okay. County panel, we welcome you.
Good morning, President Kirst, members of the board, Ms. Staff Walters. Want to express our appreciation for deja vu all over again, letting us have a second chance to come here to this forum and talk about a little bit of recap of the process of approval of the LCAPs, but really the road ahead and going forward for the second year, the first full year of this new program. I did want to, first of all, reiterate, I am Stan Mantooth, Ventura County Superintendent of Schools, but also the current president of the California County Superintendent's Educational Services Association. That's a mouthful that I will shorten in the future to CSESA. The other presenters with us today, Dr. Gary Waddell from San Mateo County office, who is our Curriculum Instruction Steering Committee Chair. And on my right is not Ms. Tarina Maris, but Mr. Josh Schultz. Tarina is under the weather today, unfortunately, sends her regrets. You will remember her from our presentation in September. But Josh is the incoming chair of the Business and Administration Steering Committee for CSESA. I think probably the most difficult task we will have for you this morning will be finding the exact button we need to advance the slides. Ms. Burnell, would you
certainly
point that out? Okay. Again, we just wanted to give you a little bit of a retrospective on what we've just finished completing, actually as of October 8th. We had actually surveyed 57 of the 58 counties independently of the department to ensure that all of the LCAPs were approved, albeit a few at the 11th hour, mostly as a result of either a timing issue or some misunderstanding, not something that was substantive in terms of the content. The clarification processes that we used involved virtually every single LCAP. In other words, there were questions asked, there was fidelity applied to every single one of the submissions by the school districts in all 58 counties. Some of that was informal, most of it very proactive technical correction and something that we might not have caught in the first round before something went to Board of Education for approval, did get corrected, and corrected at such a level that we didn't think it actually needed to go back to a formal hearing of that board. In addition to that, about 24% of the reviews involved some of that work as well as things of a more formal nature. And so when we came to the August 15th deadline, we still had some outliers that we had questions about. So that's just one other reflection of showing you how seriously we take this work and wanted to ensure that if we were going to approve one of these plans, that we could do so in good conscience. With that, I'd like to invite Dr. Waddell to come up and say a little more about that before we move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mantooth. Good morning, members of the board, President Kirst, Deputy Cortez Alcala. It is a pleasure to be with you this morning. CISC did conduct a follow-up survey to the survey that we had done in August, with the specific intent to gain a broader view across the state of how the key learnings from the first year of LCAP development were being applied to year two. So what did we learn in year one? The first thing was that this new, deeper kind of collaboration between instruction and business was extremely positive and built a strong foundation for the work that will move forward. Secondly, the intentional, thoughtful approach to stakeholder engagement strengthened planning really across the state. That was a sum positive, and while that was work that folks had been engaged with previously, this really intentional way of approaching it was a positive. Many LEAs across the state struggled with managing all of the required metrics in the frame of the template. So county offices have been providing professional development and technical assistance on how to assess and manage these multiple data points in ways that produce robust plans and that are not just disjointed sets of compliance activities, but really move the bar forward on state and local priorities. It also became apparent in our data that managing the multiple strands of this tapestry that are stakeholder input, analysis of metrics, and attention to state priorities in ways that result in plans, that result in plans that meet the requirements of the regulations while remaining strong local plans require attention to a number of moving parts simultaneously. So helping local districts develop systems to manage these competing and multiple priorities has been a primary focus that has emerged from our work. To achieve this, county offices of education started early this year to help LEAs take advantage of this full year of implementation to address plan development. Lastly, of course, a key piece of our revised training will be the permanent regulations and revised template, and we have training materials that are ready to roll out immediately after adoption. County offices began early in delivering LCAP support activities this year. Many started in the summer and fall to begin planning conversations, not only about what was new, but what did we learn, what was our shared experience from this first year that we now had under our belts, and how we would leverage that experience moving forward. LEA plans reflect their local context as they were intended to do. So we've been intentional about working in a way that honor this principle while applying the frames as established in the regulations in the template. We've used the CSESA training materials, manual, and clarification tables as a blueprint for providing some consistency in our application of these principles. As has been mentioned before, this new kind of collaboration and planning between the instruction and business sides of the house has been an unanticipated benefit of this work and has deepened our conversations in ways that enrich both planning and the other work that we are all engaged in. Many counties also developed tools that they employed in their own LCAP support and oversight activities. COEs have used their CISC and BASC networks to share these with each other. Some samples of these are included in the appendix of the revised LCAP training material that we'll be rolling out to counties next week. We learned a great deal about what was most useful to LEAs, specifically the provision of intensive support early in the development process. While the final review processes were certainly intensive, the breadth, depth, and quality of the support that preceded it had the most impact on the quality of the plans that emerged. Counties are providing a blend of professional development along with individualized training and support throughout the LCAP development process. The structure and content of these trainings and activities varies from county to county, but they tend to hone in on a number of areas. First, the regulations and the template. What are the requirements that districts need to be attending to? Facilitating conversations both within LEAs and between LEAs around their experiences with developing plans and their experiences implementing plans as well. In addition to just-in-time technical assistance provided in response to specific needs that emerged. And lastly, it's notable in this work that these support processes begin early, continue through the development process, through the review process, and continue afterwards through implementation of the plans. Josh Schultz, my BASC colleague, and I would like to share a few specific examples of what this looks like in a few counties across the state. First, there's a great deal of energy around plan alignment. While we know that the department is exploring this question, counties have begun the work to help LEAs grapple with this issue in the interest of providing a more aligned plan. As an example, some of the work happening in this space related to aligning existing plans, the Shasta County Office of Education developed a really useful spreadsheet that aligns metrics to state priorities and tracks goal statements across plans, from LCAPs to LEAPs to local priorities, and at the school level, SIPSs. While this tool doesn't eliminate the need for multiple plans, it is an example of the effort to align goals and actions across plans that counties are finding very helpful. Similarly, many counties are bringing focus to the critical work of engaging stakeholders in meaningful ways, with particular emphasis on those who have been traditionally underrepresented. An example of this work is Alameda County Office's work that began in the summer with LCAP sessions focusing on stakeholder engagement, involving parents in meaningful ways, building family-school partnerships, and concluding with a parent-student panel. All of this in the larger interest of modeling best practices through cross-district sharing within the county. Lastly, a theme of all of this work has been building on the experiences that we had in year one in the interest of continuous improvement. In my own San Mateo County, this work has coalesced around a series of LCAP summits that are occurring in concert with individual support sessions with each of the 23 LEA teams, as well as provision of one-on-one technical assistance and support. This focus on a cyclical process of improvement through LCAP development was intentionally designed to leverage our shared learnings from year one. And I'll now turn this over to Josh Schultz.
So first of all, I'll apologize for the evident fact that I'm not Tarina Maris. No one has been closer to this work from the Business Administration and Steering Committee side than Tarina has. Her leadership has been tremendous. Actually, I'm going to go back one here. So some additional examples of how this process is rolling out, and it's been alluded to by Dr. Waddell earlier. It's an ongoing and continuous process. We've been having conversations with our districts, throughout the review process and continuing after the approval of the LCAPs. There's been a lot of feedback from districts about how we can best meet their needs, and it really varies dramatically from districts that are looking for assistance in tracking data to districts that are looking for assistance in communication strategies with particular stakeholders, to districts who need assistance with phrasing goal statements, to districts that, that need assistance with, how are we going to adjust our goals going forward. Some specific examples in Marin County that Tarina shared, and I have her talking points in front of me. Hopefully I can articulate them appropriately. Are districts asking COEs to actually facilitate professional learning community type of environments where districts come together and share their experiences and share best practices among themselves in an environment facilitated by the county offices. Some specific things that BASC and CISC under CSS's umbrella are doing going forward. This has already been mentioned by Gary to support districts in the future. We have a new version of the CSSA LCAP toolkit that's ready to roll out. It's pretty much set, and as soon as the regulations are finalized, we're going to roll it out to county offices. It's very extensive materials that county offices can tailor to their local context to train districts on the changes to the regulations, the changes to the template, step-by-step process for how districts can take their 14-15 LCAPs and translate it into the new template. It also has suggestions about specific sequencing steps that districts might want to take in order to, stage their engagement processes, their annual updates and data reviews, so that they can meet the timelines required under the regulations. We also have in development a 2015-16 edition of the CSSA LCAP manual. So this was the manual that was used extensively in the review process and approval process for 14-15. The updates are already underway. It's going to, take learnings from the first year, evolve those best practices. There are some new tools that specific county offices have developed for feedback that are going to be incorporated into that. And obviously, it will address the changes in the regulations related to specific areas that county offices have to focus on in their reviews. We continue, of course, to work in sharing and supporting county offices in building their capacity to do this work. A lot of good work has been done already. I think county offices on both the business and instruction side are enthusiastic about supporting this work, but we recognize that we have a lot more to learn in order to properly assist districts in developing their instructional plans. We have meeting structures in place that I think support this kind of work. We've learned a lot through AB 1200 over the years about how best to evolve and continuously improve oversight and support processes. We're focused on, processes that are really supportive, collaborative, proactive, trying to avoid gotchas or punitive measures, but rather ways in which we can evolve our systems so that they actually support the district's ability to create the best plan for their community. I can't speak from personal experience on this. When AB 1200 was first rolling out, I was a classroom teacher teaching high school economics and American government. But I know that the consensus, I think, from my colleagues who have personal experience with it is that we are ahead of the curve relative to where we were with AB 1200 when it rolled out. We've learned a lot from that process, been able to hit the ground running in terms of developing our ability to support LCAPs. We're really looking forward to working with the collaborative as it rolls out. I think we have a good model from FCMAT about how county offices can interact with the collaborative in developing support systems. With FCMAT, for example, FCMAT has become a repository of best practice documents and resources on AB 1200 that originated in many cases from the county office, but then FCMAT supports their development, houses them, helps disseminate them. Examples of that are the LCFF calculator or the LCAP approval manual or the COE fiscal procedures manual. I would hope that as the collaborative ramps up its work that probably there will be opportunities to interact in the same way. And I would expect that just as with AB 1200, a lot of the work, of course, on the ground and the technical details in the background are done by county office staff who are there before outside assistance is needed, if it's needed, there when outside assistance is needed, if it's needed, and of course are there afterwards to continue to support the work after the outside technical assistance is gone. I think the bottom line is that we're working collaboratively with districts, continuously improving our processes. We're enthusiastic about this work. I would point out also that many of the points that I was asked to make here today are supported by a letter from the Kern County Superintendent of Schools, Michael Holzheiser, that was addressed to President Kirst on November 12th. Now I'll turn it back to Superintendent Manty.
Thank you, Josh. I think between Gary and Josh, you've got a very good grasp of how much heavy lifting has already happened. And on the horizon, we're going to embark upon one of the requisite and very critical tools, and that's the development of the rubric. So it's going to actually tell us, okay, we have plans developed, and are they good, are they bad in terms of their actual rollout? In other words, what's the payoff when the rubber meets the road? We're pleased that both the curriculum instruction and business administration committees will be participating on the rubric design team. Both Josh and Gary, as well as Dr. Valerie Chrisman from Ventura and Ms. Stu Stickle from Sacramento County Office will be able to play a role, and we're very appreciative of that. We mentioned the workload increase for county offices, and it is situational, but one of the common traits is both the depth and the breadth of this effort. And I know last time we had the opportunity to speak with you, Mr. Christ had asked about a white paper that spoke to this issue and the experience. And there is one, and I think it's pretty good, something developed by Dan Humphrey and Julia Kopich. And it's got a section in there on the County Office of Education experience and just how thinly stretched we found ourselves in this. It's just like any great undertaking, you sometimes can't really understand what the scope's going to be. And in some cases, so much so that unfortunately we had to take our eye off of Common Core a little bit so that we could address these issues. So we are hopeful that we're going to find ways to leverage the work better and find additional resources, hopefully through the governor's budget proposals, and be able to continue to do this work in such a way that we are not compromising all the other valuable services that we do. Anecdotally, a couple of my senior managers said, I pretty much did 50% LCAP and LCFF this year and very little else. And that's as it should be. That's the main thing, keeping our eye on the main thing. We're also looking forward to the collaboratives work. We think that they could be a great resource. And Josh mentioned the AB 1200 influence through FCMAT and that experience. And one of the things CSESA recently developed was a Venn diagram, because we wanted to take a look and see just how closely connected the academic oversight would be to fiscal oversight. And I realize you can't read this document, but we're happy to supply you with a copy. But it's robust when you see all of the points of interaction and cross-pollination between the two, which is exactly what we hoped. In addition to that, our ongoing work with the districts is something that we will do, informing not only our own teams, but working with the district teams so we can, again, try to leverage the road forward on these issues. And again, we want to say thank you to the board for allowing us to share our perspective. We'd be pleased to try to respond to any questions you might have.
Okay, board member questions. Thanks for that overall report. Board member Burr.
Thank you, President Kirst. Thank you again for coming before us. And thanks to Gary and Josh for their work on the rubric design creation. Just a couple of questions. I appreciate the update and the work that's going forward. One is building on what Chris was talking about before you came up about the review of the county LCAPs. It seemed like there was a little bit of a bump in the road or potentially just some growing pains around county LCAPs. And while I think most of what you talked about is the kind of support you're providing to districts and their LCAP work, I'd like to know to what extent you're applying that internally to your own county offices of education. That's one question. And then the second one, with respect to the work with LEAs, and I know Gary and Josh heard this as well, and this again are growing pains, but it's the issue of consistency of review and feedback across counties to their districts. And it would be helpful to know what you're doing internally in CSESA to ensure that consistency.
Yeah. Well, while I'd like to guarantee you that that's an absolute fact, we know that it's a human world. One of the things that I think was very helpful, and we may have mentioned this last time we were here, is what we learned in our county teams from the district experience and how we were able to apply that and kind of reverse the telescope, if you will. One of the other things that many of the county offices did was ensuring, in terms of separation of duties, that the team that was reviewing the LCAPs and having that responsibility for the districts were not the same people, although they met with the people on the county office team to help provide them with some best practices, but to do it independently enough to where we felt that we had our own document that we could put our own imprimatur upon. I'd like to invite my colleagues to amplify.
Certainly. I would just add that the purpose of our development of the training materials, the manual, and the clarification tables is to do just what you referenced, to bring some consistency to this process, because we understand that it manifests differently from county to county, but that we're all using kind of common understandings. So the training materials that we launched in last January have been revised and are ready to roll out once the regs are adopted, the regs and the permanent regs and the template are adopted. In terms of our own capacity building for county LCAPs, many county offices, my own included, have included our county as a district, so they have come to our training materials to our training sessions, our summits, as we've begun to work through that. We've helped them to think about data. Those tend to be separate processes, but we've also used our team to help strengthen the planning that's occurred there.
Board Member Rucker.
Yeah, if you don't mind. Yeah, I'll just say that in terms of consistency, obviously, I'm sure the board recognizes that the training materials that Gary referenced and the training we're doing for our members is designed to create a baseline of consistency, but there is so much diversity around the state in terms of the districts we're dealing with and in terms of the capacity within county offices that the work necessarily has some level of variation. And, for example, just within Napa County, we range from, a medium-sized district of about 18,000 students with many different school sites to a district of 45 students with 80% plus unduplicated counts, and applying some of the rules in that case is a little different. As you're probably aware, on the business side of the house, we've evolved over time something called a common message, a document where many different county offices come together and produce, talking points about how districts should approach budget development. I don't know that we're quite ready to do something exactly like that on LCAP yet, but even with that document, of course, it's advice to county offices about how to approach it with their districts. Ultimately, county offices have to take that and tailor it to their local context.
And Ms. Bird, to return to your original question, this being the first time out of the gate. I think our communication could have been better between county offices and the state, but in finding our way, one of the lessons learned, and we're going to use as we go forward, is the Department of Education will be sharing its evaluation criteria with us well in advance for our next round of, the revisions to these documents. And that'll be done primarily through another steering committee, Student Programs and Services, that we have within CSESA.
Hey, Board Member Rucker.
Thank you very much for the information you provided in the report, first of all. The question I have is kind of on the same track as what was brought up by Member Burr. But I want to talk a little bit about diversity, but not about the diversity about the student populations in the districts that you're working with, but the diversity of the conversation and the relationships you're having now with your districts. One of the things that struck me when we had this conversation last time and we received an update about your work is that there was some great variability across county offices in their ability to be able to approve some plans or to work with districts to get the plans that were initially submitted that were not approvable. And so I want to ask you to talk a little bit about the diversity of that experience. Since there were a number of county offices that did report that the majority of their plans were not initially approvable and it required a different type of support and even a different level of interaction with those districts. Now that you're turning your attention to broader information and better information based on the lessons you've learned from that initial process, how are those relationships different or deepened in the way that you're doing some oversight or some support in watching how these districts go forward with the monitoring? And I'm talking in particular with the districts that had difficulty at first developing those approvable plans. In what ways are you helping them or working with them to make sure that going forward they understand what their own monitoring should look like as they do the implementation and what they should be looking for to give them evidence and consideration about what to focus on then for revisions? Does a question? I know that's several questions into one, but there's a lot of diversity in that question as well.
I think you've given me enough to take a stab at that, and then I'll ask Dr. Waddell to contribute as well. To us, that diversity is strength. It's a bit of a challenge, but we welcome it. And the whole idea of local control is to get a different perspective. And starting out, everybody's going to have a slightly different interpretation of what this means and how to do it. And there's a balance between being completely unfettered and following the law and the templates that we had. So one of the arts of interaction with our districts and what we learned about our learning about our district's mindsets, and that is that balance between letting them have flexibility, but also reining them back in. And a lot of that was done way ahead of the adoptions by their local boards, was to say, okay, you can have what you want, but you can't have everything you want, because it's got to be done in a certain way that we can analyze over time. And when we found that a district may not have gotten, even though we did a great deal of professional development, it's kind of like if a student doesn't understand something in the classroom, then the teacher needs to do it again. And so I think with a lot of reinforcement and a lot of acceptance of different points of view, but gentle prodding in terms of let's take that perspective and let's put it into the templates that we need to use so that we can have a sufficient degree of commonality without looking conformist, if that makes sense. But I think Gary can probably tell you that in a little more articulate way.
Well, I have a couple of thoughts about that. I mean, I think the theme I was stressing about that we're starting early is really our answer to much of that. Last year we were in a unique moment where we started we jumped into the river midstream. The county offices were figuring out how we were going to organize ourselves to do this work, and that varied from county to county, and districts were learning what all of this was really about. So it was kind of everyone was learning at the same time that we were moving down the road. I switched metaphors, but apologies. That's right. So, but we really, this notion of starting early, that it's not about, we know that the review processes had to happen, but the quality of planning really emerged from the quality of the work that we do in interactions with districts early on. So that it does have a professional development component, but more importantly, it has this technical support and assistance component. And that was really, these were finessed conversations. I mean, I think we saw across the state districts coming initially from a compliance mindset saying, well, what should this look like? What should it say? What goals should be there? And we really kind of didn't go there because these should be local plans and not county office developed plans for districts. But providing them guidance on the regulations and template as they kind of struggled with that was what a lot of the work was about this last year.
And the piece was, so how would you characterize then your relationship going forward and as you prepare for the reviews?
I think I think that varies across the state. I think in many counties, I mean, we are, one of the benefits of this kind of distributed model is that we have these relationships with districts. We were there before, we're there after, we're there supporting them in other areas. And so to the extent that there is something that they have in a plan that they need support for, we're still there offering that kind of support. So I think it's been some positive. Certainly it's varied from place to place, but that's my experience.
And I would echo that. I think our relationships are better as a result. And usually, if there is a difference of opinion, you do make progress.
Let me ask you about your thoughts on the annual update and the potential of that to link expenditures and programs closer to outcomes and rethink the base of allocation of resources. Do you see that as a powerful instrument? What are you doing to help districts work with the annual update?
Great question, and I think I heard something about finance in there, so I'm going to ask Josh to come to the microphone.
So I do think that it's going to be a very useful tool, specifically from the engagement process, for the community whose input is so vital to this planning process, to understand what's actually been carried out and to spark a conversation about, if we didn't carry out certain actions, why was that the case? Was it a resource issue? Was it a capacity issue? Did we find some reason why we had to change our approach? In terms of actually collecting the expenditure data that has to go into the annual update, there are a variety of approaches. We're trying not to be prescriptive. We have districts that want to engage in some specific coding under goals or other components of the SACs in order to track these things. We have other districts that are approaching it more informally. What we're telling them is that the goal is just to have the information be reasonably accurate so that people can understand where you actually spent the money, and to have the documentation to validate it if people need to see that. I think from the perspective of BASC, we're trying to avoid it becoming strictly an accounting exercise, because our experience has been, if you start putting everything into a restrictive little coded pot, it becomes like a de facto categorical. And once you've said this is your budget for this item and we're going to track it this way in the system, people view it as an entitlement. And I think we recognize that as we're evolving these plans, goals and actions may change necessarily, as the outcomes don't always play out the way we expect them, and we want to create the flexibility on the financial side to be able to respond to the instructional needs. Did I answer your question?
I want to move beyond a finance answer into and beyond expenditures into what are you using in your handbook and thinking about, here's your annual update and here's the implications for how you think about resource allocation. Let's forget the accounting for a minute. How is that working?
Well, I'll take a quick stab at that, and I don't know if Gary or Superintendent Mantooth would like to address it as well. I think, the discussions we're having are just about the intent of this process is that the outcomes and the goals that are developed, the goals that are developed and the metrics that you're trying to achieve drive resource allocation, not a status quo, we did it this way last time, we do it this way again. So trying to talk to people about gathering that data now, look at your success so far, be prepared to discuss with your constituents about the progress to date and how things are playing out, and then start that discussion about are we on the right track, or do we need to shift course in terms of our allocation of resources in the budget process?
I may not answer the way that you're looking for, but I'll take another stab at it. And that is, we're really excited about this year because progressive districts have always recognized the marriage between their financial resources and their goals. This year, we're going to be able to see what it was in the plan that was executed and whether it worked or not. So they can find out whether they need to rearrange their resources and make a course correction with what they have. But we haven't been able to do that this year because we don't have those results yet. Gary?
Just one quick addition. One of the resources that's in the toolkit is kind of a staggered calendar that actually was developed by the Sacramento County office, because districts are in this spot of, so we've just written a plan and we're beginning to implement that plan. We need to begin to assess our needs and look at the metrics to develop a new plan. And so how do you manage all of that at the same time? Some of the resources around the toolkit are not really to give them answers, but to help them kind of grapple with how they're going to structure those processes internally.
I guess I sort of want to build on what President Kirsch is talking about and not put words in his mouth, but I see that this is a real opportunity to have districts and counties focus on some resource allocation techniques that maybe haven't happened in the past. That, I'll use the analogy, which Brooks will appreciate, is big baseball analytics, right? You start looking at how are you going to get the best pitcher in the world, and who's doing that, and what do they do under these different circumstances, et cetera. We have the ability to do that kind of analysis now. And I know that there have been other folks, Karen Holly Miles in Boston, I always blank on Marguerite Rosa, who was at University of Washington, who've actually stepped back and said, you make it like a big investment, school districts, in fill in the blank, master's degrees for teachers. And if you look at, does that really pay off in student outcomes? Typically the answer is no. So those kinds of things, and I'm not suggesting that's when you're going to change or anything else, but to really kind of step back, because what I worry a little bit about is that while we're making some really fundamental shifts in flexibility and really honing in on student outcomes and community engagement as it relates to that we're still kind of moving along in a very incremental way. Well, we got this pot of money, and we're going to make this little tiny adjustment, and we're going to hopefully get something different. And I think the opportunity here, especially with the annual update, and that's a new thing. I know yet another thing you have to shift and put in your training and all that, to step back and say, and to look at some of these big questions about now we have a lot of authority over how we allocate resources. What can we do? Are we doing the best we can with that resource allocation relative to student outcomes?
I think we're uniquely positioned as county offices to do a lot of that work because we're in the balcony, okay? All right. We have our own work and our own student populations we serve and our own LCAPs. But the bigger prize for us in our counties and where most of our student populations reside is within our districts. And we have first of all, everybody's trying to understand it, okay? Then we need to make a plan. Then we need to execute a plan and then study it. That's the pretty typical cycle that you're all familiar with. But I think that we can play an increasingly important role, along with the collaborative, in doing that kind of work and asking bigger, like, so what kinds of questions. Some of it will be minute, some of it hopefully will be larger scale. But first of all, we're going to have to find a way to measure those things and then ask the right questions. Do we know what they are right now? Not necessarily.
I would just add quickly that I think the integrity of this process as really thinking about those big picture goals is what drives it toward developing robust plans that are relevant in the local context, but that meet the requirements. And this is, I think, why there's energy around plan alignment, because we don't want people to think of this as another one of a set of plans that you have on a shelf in an office somewhere, but really what is the work of the district, and what are we doing to move the ball forward for students. So I think those kinds of conversations are where we get at that.
Board Member Rucker?
And let me just say, Stan, I appreciate, well, I'm sorry, Dr. Mantooth, I don't mean to be informal with you at this presentation. I'm sorry.
the honorary doctorate.
Oh, okay. I agree. And again, at the risk of putting words now in Board Member Burr's mouth, the issue about the questions and looking for and trying to figure out the right questions really is at the heart of what I was asking about concerning those relationships. It's really hard when you're in the position you have to be in with these LEAs in looking at their plans. When you ask them the question, well, why did you decide to do this? Then the next natural question is, and what did you get out of it? Those are all questions about judgment, and I'm very clear that that's not what you're trying to do. And I understand that Basque wants to make sure we don't end up turning the conversation into tracking the expenditures like categoricals. But the questioning, it's not so much about the questioning techniques, it's what you said. It is about asking the right questions. How do you ask a question then that doesn't pose judgment, but at the same time requires people to try to understand or to pick apart what were the foundational decisions or the foundational elements of what they were looking for? I'm going to suggest teachers struggle with that as well in figuring out how they plan to ask questions, teach, reteach, or restate and rephrase the question. Let me suggest, and that's something I want to continue. Each time we have this conversation, that's something I keep trying to figure out myself, how to ask you or how to probe what it is I'm looking for. So I do have one question that I want you to think about. See, I'm giving you homework now, so that the next time we come back together to talk about this will be something we can think about. So in looking at the funding decisions that will be part of the analytics you look at in looking at the revisions and the changes that you anticipate you'll be talking to districts about in their plan, what is the quality of the work that districts did, not just tracking the spending, but in monitoring the fidelity of the use of those funds for the intent that those funds were matched to? That's different than a categorical question. So are you able to match intent to quality or fidelity of implementation? Is there ways that you can look for that evidence? Does that question make sense to you?
Yes, and I'm glad it's a homework assignment, because it's not a finite process, right? It's a great opportunity for relationship building, but that question you ask would apply to a parent and a child. It applies to any kind of basic relationship, and when you ask questions from a service mindset as opposed to a enforcement mindset, I think you're going to get a better response. Yes. I think if you focus on things like appreciative inquiry, where you're asking questions about what went right first, what you're proud of, what's really good, and leave the rest of that in the weeds, that you might find yourself making meaningful progress in terms of people not only embracing what we're doing, but understanding how each other sees it.
Well, I'm glad
we're yes. Just out of the blocks.
Good. I'm glad you picked up on the parent-child question. You and my dad must have spent a lot of time together, because that's the question he used to ask me when I would ask him for a raise in my allowance. So that'll be good for me to know you understand that.
Again, I want to thank you, and I want to admit to something that all too often happens to my gender. When you look in the drawer and you can't find the socks and they're right in front of you, I forgot to recognize Miss Alcala from the department. Nice to see you again.
Okay, thank you for this. We have no further questions. I think we're ready for a break. I know we have some more to go in this, so the board will reconvene around 10 of 11. Board will reconvene and continue with the presentation. Chris Swenson, are you ready? Go ahead.
Shoot?
Go.
Great. All right, I will try to abbreviate certain parts going forward. The next section of the attachment, attachment 1 of the item, does reference 2 significant pieces of guidance that have been added to the LCFF webpage. One deals with what it means to address state standards in the LCAP. If you've not seen that, you can reference it either in the item or you can go to the website. The other is the fact that we have either added or revised FAQs specific to charters, the charter LCAP approval process, the charter authorizer's role. So that has been added since the last meeting. Another piece that was added that is not in the item is that last week, I think it was, the department posted links to all County Office of Education and District LCAPs on the LCFF webpage. And for those who may not be aware, if you are interested, we do send out notifications every time we make a change to the LCFF webpage. If you're interested in receiving those notifications and you go to the LCFF webpage, near the top in the overview section is a link that allows you to sign up for that listserv. I'll talk briefly next about the plan alignment update, and again, there's more detail in the item. The Plan Alignment and Coordination Project, first convened, I think, in late spring, identified more than 45 plans that are linked in one way to another to grant requirements. And for purposes of their work, narrowed those down to the LCAP, the LEA plan, the Single Plan for Student Achievement, and the School District Plan, the Single School District Plan. They have been working on aligning or looking at the requirements of those plans, and also involved a survey to all county superintendents, district superintendents, charter school administrators, and state and federal program directors. And from that information, garnered some information about what the field would like to see us do with those plans, including identifying the 3 priorities that the field felt there was for plan alignment. The October memo did discuss the work of the group. It did propose a timeline, and just for purposes of making sure you've seen that, that group plans to bring recommendations to the board almost certainly in January about ways that we can make changes to existing plan requirements. I do want to spend a little more time on the topic of the electronic template development. Our office, the local agency system support office and technology services staff, including also people from CAREX branch, have been met together several times over the past year to continue progress on the development of the electronic template, LCAP template. We did release a timeline earlier this year, and it was ambitious. It was based on the premise that we would not make significant changes to the LCAP template, and as we know now, that turned out not to be the case. So that did slow the work down a little bit. However, we do have a template now that has been generally well received by practitioners and by advocacy and community stakeholder groups. And so since July, we've been working on designing an electronic template that will reflect the board-adopted LCAP template that, or the version that we're working on and that we'll talk about in the next item. Program and technology staff did work together to create a mock-up of a data entry portion of electronic template that was developed based on those proposed versions of the template in July and then the modifications we made in September. We have met with State Board of Ed staff as well in some of these meetings in order to communicate what the progress and also what some of the issues are that may or may not require policy decisions on the part of the board. Some of the questions, just to give you a flavor of the detail of trying to design this template, some of the questions that have arisen from the technical staff are what are some of the desired error checks? For example, can a plan be submitted if all state priorities are not addressed? We need to answer that question. When is a plan considered final and ready for the review and approval process? What's an appropriate process for an LEA that revises the LCAP during the school year? And the process also for the reviewer subsequently. Is there an expectation that the system will retain historical data? If so, at what level and for how long? And one of the other issues we've discussed internally without yet being prepared to make a comment or a recommendation is, should this template be optional or required? So there are many, many details around developing an electronic template. Additionally, this ties back to the plan alignment work. There is a statutory requirement to develop a template that will allow an LEA to complete an LCAP that also meets the requirements of the LEA plan. And we have, again, worked together with SBE staff to discuss the issues that brings up. We've decided, the department has decided to move forward on developing an electronic template. However, the outcome of the plan alignment recommendations and the decision about whether or not or how those two LCAP and LEA plans are incorporated might later impact the work of developing an electronic template. So those are sort of the unknowns out there. The other issue that we consider in these conversations is Ed Code 52060F and 52066F, stating that to the extent practicable, data reported in an LCAP shall be reported in a manner consistent with how information is reported in the school accountability report card. So we've had some conversations internally and also with board staff about whether or not the template should be able to access data that the state collects for SARC, and if so, to whom and how the data would be available, and to what degree would such data be of practical use in the development of the LCAP or the annual update. So all of this is meant to provide a progress update, but also to convey to you the complexity of the electronic template. It is a tool, but if it's going to be a useful tool, each of these issues, we need to at least discuss whether and how to incorporate them in a template. We are anticipating a field test for a limited number of LEAs in the spring. We believe that after today's board meeting, we'll be able to go forward with confidence on the design of an electronic template that mirrors the template that we are recommending for adoption and submission to the Office of Administrative Law. And it is, staff will work, assuming that that goes as planned, staff will develop a detailed plan for the field testing that will include the release of a field test version, support to LEAs involved in the field testing, and a collection of feedback to inform modifications to the electronic version of the template. And that brings the department's portion of the item to a close. Are there questions?
Okay, seeing none, I thank you for that.
Next, Janelle Kubinek from West Ed will close with an update on the development of the evaluation rubrics.
Good morning, President Kirst, Deputy Superintendent Alcala, and members of the board. We've been talking so much about the evaluation rubric, I've lost my voice. So thank you for having us here today to provide you a brief update about the activities around the evaluation rubric and the support that West Ed has been providing to the board and to CDE. We've had a very busy 60 days. Since we last met with you and provided an update. We've had 4 regional sessions around the state to gather input and insights regarding expectations and ideas for the evaluation rubrics. We've had 137 participants at these various meetings. That includes locations in Fresno, Redwood Shores, Los Angeles, and Sacramento. And we thank the county offices that were participating for coordinating and hosting those events with us. We also had a statewide web dialogue that ran at the same time as the regional sessions are running. So this is mid-September. We had over 20 people participate throughout the state. It was a very interesting map of the state where we got the far north to the far south and places that we really, wouldn't have reached with our regional sessions, but that did take time to participate in the online dialogue. So we look ahead to doing more of those as a means to extend the type of avenues for feedback through this rubric development process. We also had in Sacramento in early October a policy stakeholder session where about 60 representatives from various organizations, including districts, some of our civil rights groups, other associations, professional associations, were participating. So we had great participation, and because those followed on the regional input sessions, which were mostly practitioners, parents, teachers, students, some of who are here today, and I believe you'll be hearing from, we were able to extend the conversation with the way that we asked questions and engage those stakeholders. We have continued to meet with the evaluation rubric design group and will continue to see that forward. As part of helping with this early stage of evaluation rubric development, we thought it'd be helpful to start with some information about both the purpose, that being the statutes that are related to the rubrics, as well as some sense of process. So we can create it at the lcff.wested.org site that we maintain on behalf of your site, yourselves, a brief video that provides that background. So I want to just share that with you so you can see what kind of information has become available, and then I'll go on with some of the themes that we gathered through the input sessions.
Welcome to the California State Board of Education's LCFF channel. The video and audio downloads available on the LCFF channel are designed to help the education community learn about how the local control funding formula works to support local implementation activities. The focus of this brief segment is to provide a brief explanation about the development of LCFF evaluation rubrics. On July 1, 2013, California began transitioning from a complex set of programs and formulas used to fund K-12 education, commonly referred to as revenue limit and categorical funding, to a simplified formula referred to as the local control funding formula. The State Board of Education was given several responsibilities to support the full implementation of LCFF. This includes adopting spending regulations, a template for the LCAP, and evaluation rubrics. The evaluation rubrics will provide a process for assessing the performance of local education agencies and will identify assistance for them that meets specific areas of need related to LCFF implementation objectives and regulations. The specific requirements of the evaluation rubrics are set forth in Education Code Section 52064.5. Here are a few critical facts about the evaluation rubrics. The State Board of Education has until October 1, 2015 to approve evaluation rubrics that assist school districts, county offices of education, or charter schools to evaluate strengths, weaknesses, and areas that require improvement. Assist a county superintendent of schools in identifying school districts and charter schools in need of technical assistance and areas where assistance will be helpful. Assist the superintendent of public instruction in identifying school districts for which intervention is needed. The evaluation rubrics shall reflect a holistic, multidimensional assessment of school district and individual school site performance and shall include all of the LCFF state priorities. In addition, the evaluation rubrics should include standards for school district and individual school site performance and expectation for improvement in regard to each of the LCFF state priorities. The evaluation rubrics are an integral part of the LCFF performance and accountability system. Once developed, the rubrics will serve as tools to ensure local education agencies are able to align resources to implement strategies that result in meaningful student outcomes. The rubrics will also direct attention to areas in need of additional support to meet the adopted standards for district and school performance relative to state and local priorities. To inform the development of the rubrics, the State Board of Education has asked WestEd to facilitate an evaluation rubric design process that allows for stakeholder input that reflects knowledge and experience from practitioners, researchers, students, and parents, and results in an evaluation rubric that is relevant to the diverse range of local education agencies that will use the rubric while maintaining fidelity to the LCFF design principles as identified in the legislation. Over the upcoming months, there are a number of ways people and organizations can share their feedback and insights to inform the rubric development. Information about the evaluation rubric design process can be found at lcff.wested.org. Thank you for viewing this edition of the LCFF channel's Implementation Insight. More information can be found at lcff.wested.org and at www.cde.ca.gov/ FG/AA/LC/.
So you can see it's clearly accessible with how it's been organized. So that is something that we've made available. We've had many people access that as information. What we find is that these videos that are posted to the channel are used by many districts, county offices, and charters to explain what's going on with regard to the work of preparing for and implementing LCFF. So let me give you a very brief overview of major themes that resulted or emerged from the conversations that we had with stakeholders. First off, I think there's an expectation that whatever emerges is supportive. It's a supportive resource, it's a supportive tool, that it's going to be helpful in communicating what's occurring within LCAPs, helping to identify best practices to improve upon both the current strategies as well as future strategies, and also providing clarification ideas for indicators of quality and performance. There was a lot of conversation about there can be a lot that we look towards in these rubrics, but let's try to keep them simple, but allow some linkages to further details. And so I think some of our takeaway is what does exist in the rubric as well as what may complement rubrics so that we have a full system of support in how we do this. And that the other point that was made by several in our conversations was the evaluation rubrics should be complementing but not substituting for state accountability. So how do we look at the coordination of their various parts and pieces that we as a state are in right now between our funding changes, our accountability changes, our assessment updates? And I think ultimately we heard loud and clear from our stakeholders that contributed so far is that people want a useful rubric. This is not meant to be a compliance rubric. It's meant to truly support performance through formative development of plans, through assessing plans and directing technical assistance, and providing some kind of evaluation and support to provide insights into what makes for effective strategies and practices. So we forge ahead in the next 60 days. We have many things that are planned. We continue to meet with the Evaluation Rubric Design Group. We'll be hosting with the California Endowment November 20th parent and student input sessions that are going to occur throughout the state. And these will be virtually linked, so there'll be on-site facilitators at each of the sessions. There will be sharing across the sessions so that we are able to use technology and showcase how that builds connections in our states and the conversation that we have around the evaluation rubrics. Our question that we'll be asking, or questions that we'll be asking with students and parents is really not, what do you know about the rubric? We're not trying to engage on that, but because engagement is so important as an element of what LCFF is supporting, we felt that it would be very valuable to engage parents and students in asking questions about what does engagement look like when it's done well? What do you notice? What do you see? And so that can inform perhaps what gets structured and recognized and populated in terms of practices in the rubric as we focus on implementation of LCFF. We also will be doing another round of regional input sessions and policy stakeholder groups in January. So this will be, we think at that point we should have a conceptual draft of a rubric that will allow people to, again, engage in a further step in this conversation around what would be the reactions that will help inform actually developing a rough draft of the rubric. In the next couple of days, we also have some things that are planned pending your action on the next item, which is once there is a final LCAP template, we will be posting both a English and Spanish version of the template to the lcff.wested.org site that is completely editable and ready for use. We also will post within a week of the approval of the new template a tour of the updated LCAP template so that as districts and counties and charter schools are working with their stakeholders, they have a means to, in a very abbreviated format, share some of the changes that have occurred between the templates. And what's emphasized, I think, President Kirsch, you mentioned earlier, the annual update and how does that play into this new template and some expectations for what that'll mean in terms of information. So with that, I'll wrap up my presentation. Happy to take your questions.
Are there any questions? I know we have a lot of public comment on this item. Okay, we'll get to the public comment then. I ask the public if this is an information item, not the action item, so if you want to comment on the action item on the template, that's the next item. Go ahead.
We have for public comment Lydia Gutierrez, Annie Fox, Melissa San Miguel, Sarah Lillis, John Affeld, David Sapp, Samarta Tran. Please line up.
And if you please all line up and we'll.
And these are comments on the LCAP.
I'm sorry, repeat that again?
Comments on this item.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Hi, my name is Lydia Gutierrez, and I am a teacher speaking on my own. And the reason why I'm talking about local control funding formula is that it has three areas: foster care children, English language learners, and low-income children. But one aspect that it is not covering is our African American children. As I stated before, African American children are the lowest performing. And having been a teacher for over nearly 30 years, that most of my children are English language learners or African American. I also am a Sunday school teacher in Compton, and many grandparents are the ones raising their children in my Sunday school class. African American children, as I stated, have been the lowest performing, but what I find when funding is being used, many times they use it for the parents that are learning English, and they use that to help the English language learner parents as not addressing the parents of our African American children. So I would like to put an emphasis on that, and also when the list, I live in the city of Los Angeles, that means LAUSD, that when I went to the local control funding forum about learning about it and how to make decisions of what category to choose for that funding, extra funding to go towards, this was the list that they gave us: nurses, librarians, custodians, adult education, music, after-school sports. To me, those are requirements that should be in every school. No district or parents or educators should should be selecting those fields or those positions. Those should be required in every school and shouldn't be cut short. Thank you for your time.
Good morning, President Kirst, members of the board, Deputy Superintendent Alcala. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Melissa San Miguel, and I'm the policy manager with the Foster Ed California initiative, an initiative of the National Center for Youth Law. We want to thank the CDE for all their hard work in implementing a key provision of LCFF that serves foster youth. The new state data sharing requirement between the California Department of Social Services and CDE is coming to life. LEAs recently learned through CalPADS which of their students are in foster care, a key initial step in providing appropriate services and supports to increase the foster youth academic success. The importance of this work cannot be sufficiently underscored. For years, when asked how many and which students were in foster care, many schools and districts could only guess. Many simply did not know because the child welfare and education systems did not data share. In particular, we want to thank both Lisa Gillen and Paula Mishima of the CDE for their work on this issue and for presenting in Los Angeles last month at a data summit we convened where over 100 foster youth stakeholders attended, including representatives from school districts, county offices of education, child welfare agencies, and probation offices. We were all excited to hear the presentations from them and learn of the progress in data sharing, especially with regard to the new CalPADS functionalities that will provide local education administrators key information about their foster youth student, such as their child's social worker. Furthermore, given the high mobility of foster youth, the weekly report from CalPADS notifying district of their students in care will better enable a district to track if a foster youth has enrolled in one of its schools and help them better coordinate across LEAs for their school records. Lastly, the training modules the CDE will provide to support LEAs in navigating the new functionalities and the proposed training to districts on how to share this really sensitive data will be essential to ensuring the information is fully and appropriately used. We look forward to continuing to support the CDE's efforts in providing resources, training, and technical assistance to LEAs so that the promise of LCFF is fulfilled for foster youth. Thank you.
Good morning, Sarah Lillis with Ed Voice. We also really appreciate the work of the board and the department on working towards greater transparency through the template process, which I know we'll talk about in the next item. But we do believe that for true transparency, that the electronic template, the actual process will be critical, providing consistency in plans and metrics and making them really comprehensible to the full community. We hope to continue to work on that process. We're encouraged to hear many of the difficult questions that staff are asking internally, but as we move forward with these next decisions that the board has to make on the collaborative, on the evaluation frameworks, I think it is going to raise some really critical questions about the role of the state, both in oversight and support and guidance. And so EdVoice believes that the state needs to go further as it thinks about the electronic template to maintain its appropriate oversight role. It should not just be about inputting the data, but really creating an electronic and searchable repository of LCAPs, so the state can gather and assess important data about the goals and the metrics. And having this information centrally located in comparable formats is going to be essential and valuable in the context of the development and utilization of the evaluation rubrics and for the collaborative. To provide any oversight and support. And specifically on the evaluation rubric, EdVoice appreciates the process for gathering feedback and is enjoying being a part of it. We did want to reinforce the point in the video that the statute outlines sort of two parallel processes, the development of the rubrics themselves, as well as the adoption of standards for performance and improvement at the school and district level. And we look forward to working with staff on both of these. Thanks.
Good morning, President Kurz, members of the board, John Affeld from Public Advocates. I just want to pick up on some of the conversation we heard from the folks from SECESA and the county oversight and some of the commentary here. I think one very critical issue that we want the board to be keeping in mind in terms of your oversight of the counties and the counties to be keeping in mind in terms of their oversight of the districts is the need for LCAPs to capture nearly all of the LCFF expenditures that districts are utilizing to implement the 8 state priorities. And I think that no LCAP that I've reviewed this year did that. And your instructions in the template have made it clear that that is the expectation, that when you're implementing 8 state priorities with LCFF money, districts should explain all the things they're doing with all of their LCFF money to do that. And what we saw mostly this year was people talking about the supplemental concentration slice and what they were doing maybe with that plus a little more, or if they were doing anything on one of the 8 state priorities, they talk about that, but not everything they were doing on one of those 8 state priorities. And when you limit that conversation, Member Burr's comment sort of hit on this, then you're limiting the conversation of what can we do to improve outcomes overall. If you're just looking at a slice of the pie, the conversation, the engagement, the performance management needs to be about all of the dollars impacting all of that performance. And so we, when we've talked to the counties or districts this year, that many of the CBOs say, well, I don't even know how to do that. So I think we look forward to seeing attention on that. Thank you.
Good morning, board members. My name is Annie Fox from Pico, California. As we move forward from the template to thinking about the rubrics process, Pico, as you know, has been working with families in over 20 districts across the state and several counties, really trying to strengthen the role of parent voice in the LCAP, and we've been happy to see the template strengthening that. But we want to help think through the ways that the rubrics themselves can model what real family partnership looks like. I think it's really tempting sometimes to think about, it would be great if we did a parent survey as part of what's happening in our evaluation process, but there's room for more. And this process can be, we would like to encourage you to think about a 360 model that's really thinking about going to the institutional parent and student leadership structures, encouraging counties to partner with parents as they're doing evaluation, which can not just help integrate them into that process, but model what parent and family leadership looks like in the LCAP process itself. We also just want to encourage, sometimes with some of the 8 state priorities in our conversations about these rubrics, it's been easy to think of things like school climate, parent engagement as soft priorities that are hard to quantify. But in our conversations with students and parents, there are really easy quantifiable metrics around these things. How are things getting translated? How early do announcements go out? Are calls done to families? Are they advertised in a reasonable way? How much is invested in punitive measures versus restorative measures in school climate? We encourage you to really think about these as metrics. We think they are attainable. Thank you.
Good morning, President Kirst, board members, Deputy Superintendent Akala. We're pleased to be able to comment on this item. I think I've mentioned at the last board meeting that we're excited about this shift in the conversation, that we're beginning to talk about the evaluation rubric and what it means for outcomes for kids. The one comment I wanted to make is that as we're making this transition, it's a good opportunity to reflect back on what we've learned in the state around accountability, and knowing that the evaluation rubric is just one piece of that. But I think thinking through those lessons learned and knowing that obviously there were challenges with the last system. I mean, we all bemoan the fact that we narrowed the curriculum, and we have this opportunity to think about more holistic measures for schools and districts and for communities to understand. At the same time, one of the real value adds of the state role in accountability was fundamentally understanding that there was an achievement gap, and understanding how schools were progressing and districts were progressing, and so that communities and parents and teachers and all the different stakeholders could really understand how a school was doing and how it was achieving over time. And so wanting to make sure that that continues to be a part of the conversation, and again, just really excited about the timing and appreciative of West Ed and the process to date to really trying to engage stakeholders around this issue and be very open to think through different strategies on this front. So thank you.
Good morning, David Sapp on behalf of the ACLU of California. I just want to echo the sentiment of how excited we are to move forward into the next stage of making this work. And I think in particular with the evaluation rubrics, it's an opportunity to help districts and counties in reviewing their plans to ask, is this working? If it is, why and what can we do better? If it's not working, why not and what needs to change? And I think that's a really exciting opportunity to change the practice about how we look at student achievement and equity. But one point in particular that I did want to emphasize is the standards for performance and expectations for improvement, is just to emphasize the importance that in developing those as a part of the rubric, that we identify uniform standards of performance and expectations of improvement so that we can compare across the state and share what's learning, because the equity principle, one of the design principles of LCFF, will be lost if we don't ensure that there's equity of what expectations are for performance and also improvement. So just want to emphasize, we look forward to working with staff and thinking through how we can develop those standards and performance measures in a way that can be applied across the state given the diversity of the LEAs that we work with. And one final point relates to the electronic template. The ACLU supported the change in the budget process last year to take the LCAP template out of the APA process and under Bagley-Keene as an essential way to facilitate an electronic template. But one thing that I just do want to emphasize is to ensure that the level of input and stakeholder engagement in that process is not lost. I understand that there are efforts underway to develop and design that electronic template, and just hope that there will be opportunities, and we'll be working with staff to reach out to ensure that there are, for the stakeholders to also have an input in the design of that template. Some of the key questions that Chris raised earlier, I think it's critical to hear from community and parents and students to answer those questions as well. Thank you very much.
Okay, that concludes the public testimonies information item, so there's no motion appropriate. And now we are ready to move on to item 14, which is an action item on the final approval of our proposed regulations for the LCAP.
Good morning, President Kirst, Deputy Superintendent Cortez Alcala, members of the board. I'm Jeff Brashears, Administrator for the Local Agency System Support Office. Item 14 is an information and action item. It is recommendation that the SBE adopt the proposed California Code of Regulations, Title V, Sections 15494 through 15497.5 governing the expenditure of LCFF supplemental and concentration funds, as well as the LCAP template. In January 2014, the SBE commenced the regular rulemaking process and proposed permanent regulations to be circulated for a 45-day written comment period. By the close of the public comment period, approximately 2,300 written comment letters had been received. In response to the public comment, CDE staff, working with SBE staff, made modifications to the proposed expenditure regulations in the proposed template. In July 2014, the SBE approved those recommended changes and directed the amended proposed regulations to be circulated for a 15-day comment period. By the close of the July 2014 comment period, approximately 122 public comments had been received. Further refinements were made to the proposed regulations in response to the July public comment period and were brought before this body at its September 2014 meeting. The approved changes to the proposed regulations The SBE approved the changes to the proposed regulations and directed them to be circulated for a second 15-day comment period, which took place from September 6th through September 22nd, 2014. 12 public comments were received. No further changes to the proposed permanent regulations were made in response to public comments received during the second 15-day public comment period. As a review, major changes made to the proposed permanent regulations in response to public comment during this process include the addition of definitions section, 5 CCR section 15495, to provide clarity for certain terms used in the LCAP template. A requirement to provide additional description from a school district, charter school, county office of education when supplemental and concentration grant funds are used on a district-wide, charter-wide, county-wide, or school-wide basis. Clarification of the definition of consult with pupils in section 15495A to clarify that such consultation means a process to enable pupils, including unduplicated pupils and other numerically significant pupil subgroups, to review and comment on the development of the LCAP. Inclusion in section 15495E, a definition of parents that recognizes natural or adoptive parents, legal guardians, or other persons holding the right to make educational decisions, including foster parents who hold those rights. Key revisions to the template include a redesign of Section 2 goal table of the LCAP and annual update template to further clarify identification of goals, actions, and expected measurable outcomes for all pupils and for pupil subgroups, and to more clearly identify the state priority or priorities to which a goal and related actions and services are connected, and revisions to the instructions to clarify the tables and assist the LEAs to complete the template. Therefore, it is recommended that the SBE take the following actions: approve the final statement of reasons and chart, adopt the proposed regulations, direct the CDE to submit the rulemaking file to the Office of Administrative Law, OAL, for approval, and authorize the CDE, in consultation with SBE staff, to take any necessary action or make technical edits or corrections consistent with the SBE's action to respond to any direction or concern expressed by the OAL during its review of the rulemaking file.
Thank you. Okay, I think we've been over this. Maybe we board questions, or we could move to public comment. Public comment. Nancy, please have the public comment people. Yeah, Carolyn.
So please line up Lydia Gutierrez, Guadalupe Valdez, Melissa San Miguel, Terry Burns, Kennedy Russ, Sanjay Hernandez, Reginald Quartley, and Carla Rodriguez. We'll have more, I guess, in a moment.
You can take me on. Okay, this is on the LCAP regulations only.
Okay, please step up.
Una oración después yo. Okay. Una oración. Buenos días a todos.
Good morning to everyone.
Mi nombre es Guadalupe Valdés.
My name is Guadalupe Valdez.
Soy padre voluntaria de Santa Ana y un líder de Oco y Pico, California.
I'm a parent volunteer in Santa Ana and a leader of OCO in Pico, California.
Estoy en el concilio escolar y soy una entrenadora del programa de 40 elementos que es...
I'm in the school council and I'm also a trainer for the 40 element program.
Que es ahora educando a niños altamente capaces.
So I'm educating highly competent children.
También soy parte del Comité del Clima Escolar
And I'm also a part of the School Climate Committee
y de Justicia Restaurativa.
and Restorative Justice.
También sirvo en el ministerio de mi iglesia.
And I'm also in the ministry of my church.
Pero antes que todo, soy mamá de 6 hijos.
But overall, I'm also the mother of 6 children.
De 8 a 12 años, de entre 8 a 21 años.
Aged from 8 to 21 years.
Eso fue la razón de la que yo estoy involucrada.
And that's why I'm involved.
En todo lo que tiene que ver con la escuela.
In everything that has to do with schools.
Fui una de las afortunadas que estuvo desde el principio aquí para empezar lo del LCFF.
And I was one of the lucky few who was here at the beginning of the LCFF process.
Y me dieron todo eso me dio la fuerza para involucrarme en todos los cambios que vienen.
And that gave me the strength to get involved in all future changes.
Para que mis hijos sean exitosos en la escuela y en la vida.
So that my children can be successful at school and in life.
Yo estoy aquí para darle las gracias a todos.
And I'm here to thank everybody.
Porque han escuchado a los padres y a las voces de los más afectados, que son los estudiantes.
Because you have listened to parents and to the voices of those who are most affected, who are the students.
Trabajando con nosotros para asegurar que el dinero
You have worked with us to ensure that the money
va a los estudiantes más necesitados.
ends up with the students who are most in need.
Queremos que todos nuestros hijos tengan la misma oportunidad.
We want all our children to have equal opportunity.
Para ser exitosos en la vida.
To be successful in life.
Han sido como ejemplo para nosotros, los padres.
They have been an example to us, the parents.
Y ahora les invito para que vayan al distrito de Santa Ana.
And now I'm inviting you to come to my district in Santa Ana.
Para que vean todo el trabajo que se ha hecho.
So that you can see all the work that has been done.
Por ejemplo, más de 40 juntas con los padres.
For example, more than 40 meetings with parents.
Y la formación de comité de clima escolar.
And the formation of a school climate committee.
Estas cosas y mucho más resultó en muchos logros.
These things and many more have allowed us many achievements.
Para nosotros los padres
For us
de Santa Ana.
In Santa Ana.
Aún todavía tenemos muchos desafíos.
We still face many challenges.
Y retos por lograr.
And we have to achieve
and
overcome these challenges.
Por ejemplo, todavía información muy importante no llega a todos los padres.
For example, we still don't have much important information reaching parents.
Porque hay barreras de comunicación entre el distrito, la escuela y los padres.
Because there are barriers to communication between the district, the schools, and parents.
Es tiempo de abrir las puertas para que se crean confianza entre la relación de los padres hacia el distrito.
And it's time to open the doors so as to establish trust in the relationship between parents and the district.
Y les pido que ustedes continúen con la lucha para asegurar que se cumplan y se implemente la ley en el LCFF.
And so I'm asking you to continue with this struggle to ensure that the law is implemented for LCFF.
Nosotros los padres los necesitamos y muchas gracias por su atención.
We parents need it. Thank you.
Good morning, President Kearse, members of the board, Deputy Superintendent Alcala. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm Melissa San Miguel with the Foster Ed Initiative, the National Center for Youth Law. I'm here on behalf of the LCFF subcommittee of the California Foster Youth Education Task Force, a coalition of foster youth advocates who have been actively involved in supporting the passage and implementation of LCFF. We believe LCFF can help address the heartbreakingly poor academic achievement of children in foster care. These children have the lowest graduation rate and are far more likely to drop out than any other at-risk student group. LCFF directs resources with accountability to address this tragedy. The adoption of LCFF itself was groundbreaking in its expansive definition of foster youth. Unlike other state programs like Foster Youth Services, LCFF includes all foster youth regardless of where they are placed. The proposed permanent regulations build upon this inclusiveness by adding educational rights holders to the provision defining parents, thus ensuring that the interests of foster youth are represented on parent advisory committees and in the development of the LCAP itself. Perhaps most importantly, these regulations seek to include foster youth throughout the LCAP process so that those most affected can voice their needs and concerns. And we want to thank the board and staff for all their work to make these changes happen. However, our coalition continues to be deeply concerned that these advances will be undermined if the LCAP does not provide for specific reporting on actions and services that benefit foster youth. We believe it is vital for the LCAP instructions and template to include opportunities for LEAs to delineate how they will invest in foster youth educational needs, both directly and as part of school and district-wide expenditures. Without this prompting, we can expect districts that have historically failed to meet the needs of this population to continue to treat their needs as an afterthought. Although we have these concerns, we remain supportive of the overall LCFF implementation process. And now the work to create evaluation rubrics that capture how districts are addressing the needs of foster youth is extremely important, and we look forward to developing those in partnership with you. Thank you.
Good morning. Terry Burns on behalf of the California School Boards Association. And we recommend the adoption of this new template and the new regulations, which are a significant improvement over the prior version. While we and others still have some concerns and some tweaks, we anticipate that those will continue to evolve over time as we look at the electronic version of the template and the alignment of the LCAP with other plans. So we anticipate that we'll see some additional clarifications, but our districts really appreciate having the certainty to move forward with adoption of plans for this year. I also wanted to make you aware that CSBA, in conjunction with California Forward, has put together a group that we're calling the LCFF Collaborative Working Group to look at best practices in community outreach and equity, and to really address how, on the long term, this is being implemented at the district level, and particularly as it deals with governance and how school boards are looking at this and governance teams are doing the outreach, addressing the deep equity issues, and we look forward to providing that information to you as it evolves. So thank you for your work on this, and we would appreciate your adoption of the template and regulations.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Kennedy Russ, and I'm a member of CFJ Oakland, and I am here to simply say thank you, more specifically for hearing our voices. When I spoke here before at the meeting in May, when we CFJ did our silent action with our masks, I saw you guys looking at me and legitimately felt listened to. Also, I would like to thank you for valuing our voices as students by taking the time to meet with us individually and discussing the possibility of student voice in LCFF. We would like to personally thank the board members and staffers who did meet with us. We want to thank Bruce Holliday, Dr. Carl Cohn, President Kirst, and staffer Brooks Allen. Lastly, we want to thank you for making sure our voices as students and feedback are reflected in LCFF regulations today. Thank you for your commitment to student voice and working with the Student Voice campaign so that we as students have a meaningful role in the LCFF regulations. What this victory means to me personally is that my voice is respected and essential to local stakeholder process. As we are the experts about our classroom, students now have more power under the proposed regulations to make sure that LCFF funds address the needs of the 4 million high-need students across California. Thank you.
Good morning, board members. My name is Syed Hernandez. I am a statewide strategy team member of Californians for Justice, but I'm also committed in 2 other roles in the organization. I am an 11th grader at Long Beach Unified School District in Cabrillo High School. My older sister, Siklali, came before me in this organization and fought for students. She is now in Cal State Long Beach, and we need more students like her who are growing up to be engaged as citizens, who care and have strong feelings about how to do things right. I too have those feelings, and I am here to model for my younger brother, Beto, who is also in CFJ. I am doing this for Beto and also for the 6 million students that will no longer be ignored for the local educational budgets. Till this day, I am joyful to hear that our recommendations on the last draft of the LCAP guidelines were taken into consideration. That clearly shows that our voices are represented and essential to the local stakeholders and process, and students' powers can continue to be alive. As the experts of our classroom, students have more power under the proposed regulations to make sure that the LCFF funds address the needs of 4 million high-need students. More power, students across California, we did some impactful work this year, and it only makes sense that we continued our work to ensure the next year outcome, to allow the voices to continue to rise. This fight was needed and will continue to be fought locally. I remember hearing that Coachella Valley Unified District will not create a process for students. They were on one of the districts that explicitly told our partner organizations that they would not move on the issue until they saw the State Board of Education approve the guidelines. Thank you.
Good morning, board members. My name is Reginald Corti. I'm a sophomore in OUSD, and I'm here with Californians for Justice and the Student Voice Campaign to talk about the LCAP rubric. We kept our word and did everything we said we were going to do in July. We held community LCAP review days in several districts with hundreds of community members. We even created a report card to share with you what our findings on LCFF. And finally, we attended LCFF rubric listening sessions in three districts, and what we attended and said what we thought a real assessment would look like. And because of all of our involvement in these events, we gladly saw you touch upon the need for equity and accessibility in the listening sessions. We don't want to see all the work that we've done so far be for nothing, but that's exactly what it's going to be like if we don't have the right tools to evaluate our district. For one, we need to make sure that students are being meaningfully engaged in the rubric. The listening session that I attended was a good opportunity, but not a great way to get student input. It came down to people who genuinely invested in getting student voice, but didn't know how. In trying to explain the questions to us, our facilitators simplified things to the point where we just got more confused. Students had awesome ideas to give. You could see it in the feedback everyone else gave. But we all agreed that our input could have been better if things had been made clearer to us. And remember the masks with the numbers we showed all of you to represent student voice being more than statistics? Apparently, our districts didn't get that memo. To them, we're just 78 unduplicated pupils. 78 unduplicated pupils doesn't reflect those students' identities, and putting us into broad categories is exactly how not to make things better for us.
Could we please have Amber Banks, Sarah Lillis, John Affelt, Sherry Griffith, Colin Miller, Samantha Tran, David Sapp, Grace Trujillo, and Angie Sutherland line up? Are you ready?
So before I begin, I want to not forget to thank Ms. Patricia Rucker. Thank you. My name is Carla Rodriguez, and I'm both a senior and a low-income student at James Lake High School in the east side of San Jose. I'm here as part of Californians for Justice and the Student Voice Campaign. We ask that you continue to be champions of student voice by making sure the rubric includes some Ask the Students measures, because we want to be heard, not just counted as part of a dropout rate statistic. Student voice is critical to having a 360-degree holistic view of our schools and districts. Again, we thank you for understanding that our voices are a necessary component in transforming our educational system, because we, the students, understand what equity looks like, and we understand what accessibility feels like. The adoption of these regulations turned over a new leaf in the creation of student involvement and student appreciation. And more than 4 million high-need students will experience the repercussions when they get the opportunity to measure how well their districts are doing in carrying out solutions to address their needs. We attend our schools each and every day, 5 days a week. We're kind of an expert too, you know. Our testimony on matters such as school funding and the 8 state priorities should really be taking more of a responsibility than an option. And we thank you for understanding and valuing that. But I can assure you that I, as well as thousands of other students, have taken the initiative in rolling out opportunities for students to become well-informed and well-engaged, and have taken the time to help brainstorm for the student facet of the LCFF rubric. And it's hard work since these documents aren't student-friendly, but we're carrying out the job diligently. You may ask, what does it mean to consider student experts? Well, just a few weeks ago, my district superintendent approached the students at Californians for Justice to help him evaluate a survey him and his team were We're currently passing out to schools to evaluate school climate, and I noticed we managed to give them great quality feedback. All the students were actively participating, and it felt refreshing to be able to be heard and be genuinely taken into consideration. I strongly believe that we, the students, feel and see certain aspects of our schools that cannot be interpreted by numbers, because there are issues that plague students simultaneously. For example, I come from a low-income family.
Up. Yeah.
Before I go, though, I want to let you know that we do have certificates of recognition for your support, and they look like this. So thank you. It's genuine from the COJ staff and the students. Thank you.
That's a tough act to follow.
Go ahead.
Okay, great.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, President Kearse, Deputy Superintendent Alcala, members of the board. My name is Amber Banks, and I'm representing the Education Trust West today. The Education Trust West would like to thank the State Board of Education and its staff for listening to us and our partners throughout the development of the permanent regulations for the local control funding formula. We especially appreciate the changes to the provisions regarding school-wide and district-wide use of supplemental and concentration funds. The changes will ensure supplemental funds are not diluted and are used in ways that maximize the benefits to unduplicated students. We look forward to continuing our work with the board and stakeholders in the coming year to make LCFF a success. Thank you.
Good morning, board members. Sarah Lillis with Ed Voice, and we also just want to echo the appreciation for this very thorough and thoughtful process to get to this point, particularly as it relates to increasing the transparency and consistency of these documents. We're very encouraged with the progress that's been made and hope to continue to work as the LCAP evolves, as we imagine it will, that we can continue to work with you on increasing that transparency and clarity, particularly as it relates to the metrics and goals. But thank you very much.
Good morning again, board members. John Affeld from Public Advocates. I also want to applaud the board for how much movement we've made together over the last year. Last November at this time, this room was full of a historically contentious and crowded group of people not very happy with the direction the regulations were taking. And this year, almost a year later, we're here embracing this joint effort that we're sending out this baby into the world with the hope that it's going to work well in these regulations in this template. And we've had some experience with it this year already. But you moved from, I think we all moved together from seeing this isn't just an either-or between total flexibility for districts or absolute bean counting, in President Kearse's word, but we found a middle way to try to implement this proportional increase and improvement in services. We continue to have concerns, trepidation about how this is going to be implemented and play out, both in terms of the increases in improvement reaching the right kids in the right proportion, and transparency, including around the metrics and how we're all going to improve. But it's time to get this out to the field and work with it, and we just hope that you will keep an open mind and work with us on mid-course corrections when we see issues arise. But for today, I did want to thank you for your efforts. Thanks.
Good morning, board members and Deputy Superintendent Alcala. Sherry Griffith with the Association of California School Administrators, and we are in full support of the regulations and the new revised template. We are absolutely thrilled to see the connection made in the template to goals and actions, and that is right up front within the template. We think that's key to the work of districts. We foremost want to thank your staff, the Department of Education, the State Board of Education, and West Ed staff for always having an inclusive approach to the development and final version of the template and the regulations. Truly professional, truly supportive of all the voices. I am pleased to also tell you there is absolutely no opposition to student voice. We are thrilled to include student voice in the regulations. We've actually already begun discussing best practices, and districts are starting within our association to start talking about how to make this real for our students. And then finally, we commit to you to incorporate the new regulations and the template in all of our professional development activities over the course of the next year. Thank you.
Good morning, Colin Miller with the California Charter Schools Association, and I just want to associate myself with Sherry's and some of the other comments about the process that led us to today. The department staff, the consultants, the state board, and the staff have just done a terrific job of really meaningfully engaging all the stakeholders in this process, and I think that's how we get to this great result of policy. This is a great example of how public policy should be made, so I want to thank everybody for that work. We do, as others have mentioned, have some concerns about how this rolls out, and we'll definitely be participating in that process, particularly for charter schools. There's a lot of very specific differences in how the LCAP works for charter schools versus school districts, and we want to make sure that those are recognized and honored through the implementation process. And we've had conversations about that. We'll just continue to work on those issues as they come up, but very happy to support the adoption today. Thank you.
So good morning. Okay. Samantha Tran with Children Now. I just also want to thank the board and celebrate this moment. It's a capstone event. I know all of you on the board and everyone in the audience understands this was decades in the making, and there were lots of iterations and collective work that we had to do, and lots of different voices that we had to balance, and some key principles that I think all of us held to, that the idea that local communities should have the opportunity to develop programs that reflect the needs of their kids and their communities and have that flexibility. At the same time, really investing and putting our high-need kids in a place where we're really delivering resources and staying true to equity. Those values are felt throughout the regulations. We too will stand with you as we go through this iterative process, as we see how it plays out on the ground, what we're learning, because again, this is historic and new, and we're all trying to figure it out together. So this is a great opportunity. I also want to echo appreciation to the board staff, CDE staff, and West Ed for being open to having conversations, to problem solve, to agree to disagree, to debate the issues, and then ultimately to make modifications that we felt comfortable about moving forward and continuing to have that reflective process. So thank you and congratulations.
Good morning, David Sapp, and on behalf of the ACLU of California, I just want to echo these sentiments about the progress that we've made. We know that there's some adjustments. I think actually the revised template is going to address some of the issues we saw in the first year, and then hopefully the electronic template can make some further improvements to address others. I also do, however, want to just focus on the process and just lift up that I think that all of us have been struggling with what would it look like to have authentic, transparent engagement of communities in developing LCAPs. And I just want to thank the board and the staff for the leadership that's been demonstrated in reaching out, actually affirmatively reaching out to stakeholders to solicit their input and to actually listen and hear it. We've heard from a lot of districts talk about the number of comments they received. I actually think that everyone who participated in this process can say not only were they listened to, but they were heard. And that doesn't mean that every recommendation made was accepted. Some of ours were not, but we were definitely listened to. And I think appreciate that there was an effort made to explain the rationale behind that. And to me, this is a model that I think, I hope that the board and staff will push down to districts as an example of this is what it looks like to engage and struggle through these hard questions, and that this can be used as an example for all of the LEAs across the state for what it could look like. So I just want to really thank you all very much for your leadership and look forward to making this work as everyone who's been here through this process continues to struggle together.
Good evening. Good evening. I feel like I always talk in the board meetings in the evenings, so I just wanted to say thank you for everything you've done over the years. I think for the LCAP. Oh, by the way, my name is Grace Trujillo, and I'm from the Sacramento School District. I have 2 children, one in special ed and one in regular ed, one at Phoebe and one in San Brannon. It's really nice that over the years, at least for the past year since the LCAP started, there's more parent and student involvement, because I think me and Angie were like the only ones when we first started talking about it. So it's amazing that we have all these kids that are hearing their voices. One of the key things that I wanted to, being an accountant, is strategies of accountability. I think it's very important for working papers, where the schools start and where they finish. From one year to another, to know the status and the measure of where the money has been implemented and how it's been placed for the child and how it's affected the 8 categories. I think that's very important. Also, I think being part of the engagement, I could only speak up for Sacramento School District, but I know I went out and I always try to reach out to different parents and ask them why don't they get involved. And a lot of them sometimes say it's because of retaliation. And I think that's one of the things that people need to know, that happens. You know, if the parent gets too involved or knows too much or wants to say, well, this is what's happening in my school, retaliation against their children. So I think that's somewhere that you need to know and keep in mind. There needs to be a place where people could talk and reach out. That's where the accountability happens. You know, and I think children, as you know, are the ones that have consequences. For example, if there's no accountability in any of these plans on the metrics or the LCAP or anything, it's like a child that misbehaves. You know, there's no consequences, so they'll continue to do it. So I think it's very important to put it in accountability and find ways. And one of the key things is working backwards. I know for numbers, you always work backwards. So one of the things is find, this is what we want to do, and this is how we're going to get there. But work backwards for the metrics. So thank you.
Good morning. I'm Angie Sutherland. I'm a parent in Sacramento City Unified School District. I'm also a special education parent. I'm happy to see that the template has a lot more robust and clarifying language added to it. And one of the things I would love to see is for the other subgroups to be, that are defined in the Ed Code, to be actually listed out in the goals and budgeting section. Rather than just saying other subgroups / specify. The reasoning for that is that students with special needs are often left out of the LCAP discussion process. They have not been widely engaged or participating in the process. In my district, 14% of the students are students with special needs. So that's a large population. I was happy to see at the Advisory Commission on Special Education there was a presentation on the LCAP and a promise to provide more supports to SELPAs to be a part of that process. So I'm looking forward to that. For many students with special needs, there's a huge disconnect at the school site. It's like special ed and general ed are completely 2 different systems, but a student is a full functioning member of a school. So we need to set goals for all students. And I also wanted to thank the department and also the board for all the work because it's really come a long way, and things are getting better. So thank you so much. Have a great day.
Okay, that concludes the public comment. So at this point, I think we are ready for a motion on this item. Member Burr.
Yeah, I just want to say, first of all, how appreciative I am of all the groups that came and thanked us. Because we had someone yesterday who came and said they did the wrong thing, and it's so nice to have people, not that you did the wrong thing, but that people come and say, you know, you worked on this, we appreciate the process, and we're here to express our gratitude. It's very meaningful to us, so thank you all for that. I also, you all on the staff, starting with Karen and Jeff and Chris and Brooks and Judy and Elisa and Marcia, everybody, Nancy, who has worked on this. As I said before, this was a real heavy lift. I just want to reinforce two things that the speaker said. One was that this has been decades in the making. It will be decades in the implementation. So you've heard me say over and over again, exercise your patience in making sure that as we're taking this step by step, that we give everybody a lot of flexibility and freedom in making mistakes, but making improvements. So it's going to take a while, so be patient about it. I think David Sapp mentioned this about that I feel like we modeled the kind of process here at the state that we want to see modeled locally. And I know many, many locals are doing that already, but I'm very proud of that. And with that, I would make the recommendation that we accept the department's recommendation to adopt the regulations and all of the legal language that is outlined in item 14.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Is there any public comment on the motion? None. Board comment?
Yes, I just want to weigh in and thank everybody that Sue just thanked. And then also thank the audience for thanking us. We don't get that a lot, and it feels really good after a really long, hard process like this. But I also want to just say how proud I am to be a member of a state board that has President Kirst at the helm with his vision for this, and his leadership with the governor on this is I think this is so historic for California. And I have to admit there have been a few times I wasn't entirely sure exactly how it would go down in history, but it's feeling really good right now. And and really appreciate that. And I also want to say how much I admire and appreciate Sue Burr's leadership on this. Just when you said heavy lift for all these people, it was probably the heaviest lift for you to keep it all coordinated and keep your stamina and your strength and your commitment and your intelligence and your patience and all of that stuff. Just remarkable job, terrific job.
All right, with that, I think nothing more to be said. Let's all vote. And all right, it passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now you have a hard act to follow. Item 15, the Elementary and Secondary Act Assignment of Corrective Action. Wow. From the heights to the low, yeah, all right.
That is a hard act to follow.
Bob Starelli is
Good
here.
morning, Board President Kirst, members of the board.
Go ahead.
Deputy Superintendent Akala. I'm here to present item 15. And it's an action item. We're requesting your vote on this. The subject is the Elementary and Secondary Education Act, and it is some of the old that we're dealing with some of the requirements of NCLB. What we're asking you today is to approve our recommendation for the assignment of corrective action to three high school LEAs in Cohort 8 of Program Improvement Year 3. So the recommendation from CDE is for the board to assign corrective action 7 and technical assistance resources to each of the 3 high schools that are newly identified for Program Improvement Year 3. As you recall, we do this every year. Last year we had it was 84 LEAs that were moving into Program Improvement Year 3. With the suspension of testing for this past year, we were dealing primarily with the high school LEAs, and these were the three that were caught in that. So we're asking for your approval of that recommendation.
Okay. Is there any public comment on this issue?
Yes. We have two speakers, Lydia Gutierrez and Orlean Cole.
Not seeing them. Okay.
Move approval of the recommendation.
Seconded by Member Holliday. Any public comment on the motion? Hearing none, all's in favor, raise your hands. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, now I think we would take the proposed consent items, which are items 18 through 23.
We do have general public comment on 17.
Yeah, okay. Back to 10?
No, back to public comment, general public comment.
No, I want to take that at the end.
Okay, so we're going to wait on that.
Yeah, we're going to do all our business and then take general public comment. So I want to do, okay, the proposed consent items are items 10 and items 18 through 23.
I move the consent calendar.
Any public comment on a proposed consent? Yes?
What item are we on? 18 through 23, all the consent.
And item 10. Mr. McCray, why don't you come forward and you go ahead.
I was going to say good morning, but we barely missed it. Good afternoon. Doug McRae, retired test publisher from Monterey. This is on item 19 on the release of withheld funds to Educational Testing Service. A footnote on page 4 of the attachment indicates, quote, there are no specific completion criteria for the Smarter Balanced field test other than requirements and deliverables specified in the scope of work. The Smarter Balanced portion of this $51 million ETS contract, approved by the State Board last year in November, involved $34 million. The approved scope of work for this $34 million was only 10 pages in length, involved almost entirely increased call center activities. Previous call center activities were budgeted at about $3 million. Even a vastly increased call center activities would involve perhaps $5 to $6 million. So how was the $28 million Smarter Balanced portion spent? It was not covered by the approved scope of work. The State Board did not hear anything of this $28 million in the public in the last year. The Department of Finance was not aware of the $28 million, how it was spent through March. In May, the Department of Finance indicated the approved CASP scope of work and for the Smarter Balance portion involved costs for upgrading CalPads for the K-12 high-speed network, as well as costs for a California portal for the Smarter Balance field test, separate from the portal paid for by federal funds. I ask, are these costs legitimate for a statewide assessment vendor's contract? Where's been the oversight for the Smarter Balance portion of the CASP vendor contract? Where's been the transparency? Clearly, there is no public oversight or transparency from either the State Board or the Department of Finance on these costs. A State Board rubber stamping for release of $3.3 million in withheld funds with no completion criteria as noted in the agenda materials just continues the lack of oversight and transparency for these public dollars. This is not a legitimate way to spend taxpayer dollars. Thank you.
Okay, that's all the public testimony on these consent items. So I'm ready for a motion. You already did it, okay. No more board comments. We're ready for a vote. Raise your hands. That's carried. Now we're on to the proposed waiver consent calendar, And all of the waivers are on consent except W4. So I think we should vote on waivers W1 through W3 and W5 through W14. Those are all on waiver consent, and then we would hear waiver 4. So do I have a motion on the waiver 1 through 3 and 5 through 14?
I move that we accept the waiver
Pardon?
consent.
Yeah, they're on consent.
No.
Motion was by Board Member Molina and second by Board Member Cohn. Are there any public speakers on these waivers? None.
No.
Okay, we have the motion. All those in favor, raise your hands. Okay, now we will hear waiver 4.
Good afternoon, President Kirst, Deputy Superintendent Akala, board members. I'm Fred Balcom, the Special Education Director. Waiver 4 is a resource specialist caseload waiver. It had been submitted to the CDE previously. We had processed it in part and discovered that a procedural requirement was left out of the electronic prompts. The district had failed to follow that procedural prompt, which was to give the bargaining association a chance to participate in this waiver's development. We sent it back to the district so that they could follow through and complete that activity. They did so, and it is now before you for consideration of approval.
Okay, I guess there's some public testimony on this. We'll hear that, and maybe the questions will come up.
Public comment, we have Danny Tucker and Sheila Whitley. Please come forward.
Good afternoon. I'm Danny Tucker, a teacher from Hacienda La Puente, speaking on behalf of the California Teachers Association. We ask that you deny this waiver request. First, the process followed by the district lacks integrity. It was not until after filing the request that the district consulted with the local association. Further, there is not a clear need at this time for the larger class size caseload that's requested. The second issue is class size and special ed caseloads themselves. Class size is a key element in student success. Given the decisions made by this Board of Education, I know you know that. CSR shows your commitment to lower class sizes in those formative years. Why would the most vulnerable students we have deserve less than that? Class size, since the recession, has been an issue, and we're just getting back to reasonable class sizes. The special ed population caseload restrictions help ensure that they receive the support that they need. Please don't deny the students of Moreland that same support and deny this request.
Sheila Whitley. I'm a math teacher at Merced Union High School District in Merced. And I'm here as a representative from CTA. When we hit economic hard times, we all tighten our belts and we all do everything we can to assist and to help. But unfortunately, things like class sizes are one of the things that have to be increased. And we saw waiver after waiver come before this board during that time. And we understood, we objected, but we did understand. With LCFF, we're trying to lower, one of the goals was to try to lower class sizes for all kids. And our special ed kids are one of the most needy of our populations. They do need additional support and so on. And when you get a class size that goes beyond the levels that are set, it makes it very difficult for the kids to get the needed support that all of them do need. And so we are objecting with this for a couple reasons. Number one, the local was never consulted on it. Two, because this is not really needed at this time. But our main objection is really the fact that we are raising class sizes with our neediest population and with kids that need additional support. And so we ask you to please deny this request at this time. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Balcom, you have comments on that? I take it that the union was eventually consulted.
That is true. They were consulted. As I said, the procedural violation was corrected by the district when they went back to address it with the bargaining unit. If I might point out two key things here, perhaps three. One is this waiver covers a very finite period of time, April 8th through June 23rd of 2014. During that time, the district did in fact provide the resource specialist with additional instructional aid hours. The implications of approval or denial would be the same in this case. The district did correct the action, and if in fact the board were to deny this waiver, the result would be that we would issue a notice of noncompliance. The district has already corrected that noncompliance, and therefore it would merely be a matter of paperwork in my office to process, put on notice that the district was in violation for this approximately 2-month window, and they have already corrected it, so no further action would be required. Resource specialist waivers are always retroactive. If a district has failed to accommodate appropriately, or if the resource specialist objects to approval of the waiver, the district is found non-compliance and we issue corrective action orders. In this case, the resource specialist was in agreement. They did everything that the law requires them to do, and this, in many instances such as this, becomes simply a matter of procedural correctness.
Okay. Any board member discussion of this? Not, do we have a motion?
Yeah, I'm recognizing the concerns raised because this is approval with conditions and because the teacher agreed to it for the short period of time. I'm going to recommend approval of the waiver.
Second by Board Member Sandoval. Board member discussion? No public comment on the motion? Not? All those in favor, raise your hands. The motion is carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're now at the point of general public comment. These are on items that are not on our agenda and have not been on our agenda, and we now have a list. Please call the list.
Lydia Gutierrez, Orlene Curler, and Colin Miller.
My name is Lydia Gutierrez, and I want to thank you for this opportunity to be here yesterday and today and to speak before you. And I thank you for your cordial behavior towards me as I bring my thoughts towards you. I had a parent come up to me who is a parent from Sacramento, and her child was a 6th grader in Center Joint Unified School District. And she was puzzled that her 6th grader was playing a game for 30 minutes during the week called thirdworldfarm.org. And in that game, the children learned how to farm, sell their land, sell it to a military base, lose crops to refugees, learn to plant opium, and buy a politician. Now, I find that a little offensive as a game to be used with our tax dollar money. The other part, another section I would like to bring up concern is that this desire to push, as I explained to you before about the kindergarten, 1st grade, 2nd graders, 3rd grade, as being the foundational of their learning. I just wanted to give you something that Steve Jobs made a comment when he was speaking to not the LA Times, but the New York Times, when he said that he does not allow his children to have iPhones or iPads or anything electronic because he says that it handicaps their lives, devoid of imagination, creativity, and wonder when they get hooked up on technology. And the other part is that you've heard comments about memorization, that's something in the past. You just give them a little iPad in front of them and they can just learn to find their answers. Well, in Stanford, we have a psychiatrist. His name is Dr. Vinod Menon, psychiatry professor at Stanford who says that the importance of memorization is what helps you create clearer thinking and able to get your responses quicker and leaves opportunity for you to respond to other responses. If you are going back to figure out how to get to the answer, then you lose out. Thank you.
My name is Orlene Kurla, and I am from Santa Rosa. I would like to thank the board members. I have been very enlightened these past 2 days and wish that I'd attended more of these meetings. I've learned very much. I had one comment on the charter schools. I have discovered from other states where often the charter schools are really not, they don't seem to be connected to an elected school board any longer, and I think it's different here in California. But my big concern is it's education without representation. If a mother or a father has a question, who do they go to because they no longer are represented? And then my question is, you also are not elected as board members except for our superintendent. And so my concern is, where do we go for representation? You don't really represent us. You represent the person who appointed you. So I wonder where that accountability is to the local parents. My other concern is, as you know, I am very opposed to Common Core. And you may think this is just a small little group in California. But in the primary election, there was actually someone running for office. That was her platform, to be the superintendent of public instruction, very opposed to Common Core. She almost had 1 million votes, and that was in the primary election. That shows you there are a vast number of people in our state who are also very opposed to this. If you go to a website called Californians United Against Common Core, CUACC.org, you'll see a petition there that has almost 2,500 signatures that's showing other people who are very concerned. And I also wanted to bring up the new advanced placement history standards, U.S. history standards.
Time
I
is
have
up.
petitions to turn into you by people who have signed these, and also urging you to sign them as well. And I know they've already been sent to you and the superintendent. Thank you.
This board has absolutely no control over AP history. It is a private organization called a college board. We have no control. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Colin Miller with the California Charter Schools Association. Before I start, I wanted to take a brief moment to acknowledge Julie Russell and thank her for her public service as she enters retirement. We wish her all great luck and good things in this new phase of her life. For the rest of us, the work continues, so I did want to raise an issue that we've been facing in the last few weeks regarding the administration of the Public Charter Schools Grant Program. As you know, this program provides critical startup and planning money for new charter schools. On October 15th, the CDE sent a letter to current applicants for this program that changes policy that was already articulated in the RFA that had been approved by you and submitted to the federal government. The change changes the timelines in terms of when charters can start receiving the money for the grant, and we believe it is going to have a critical impact on the ability of schools to use this money this year. We've heard from a number of schools. We've also heard from a number of charter school authorizers about concerns around this problem that would essentially require charter schools to go back to their authorizers, get their charter term changed, and then also that change would, in many cases, shorten the timeline of the actual effective charter in terms of going into renewal, having less data available, in many cases a full year less data to make the informed renewal decision. We've sought clarification, try to understand what's going on and what the reason for this is. The department has indicated that this is a new federal requirement. We have not been able to get any indication from the federal government that this is actually a new requirement. We're not aware of any new requirements. And so they also are concerned that this change might be the result of a misunderstanding and something certainly that could be clarified and worked out. We would just urge you to engage quickly in this issue. to become fully engaged to get a quick resolution. Schools are in need of this money well before they open their schools.
Time.
And so we urge you to engage with the department to resolve this quickly. We would also urge that, absent any very specific guidance from the federal government on this, that you encourage the department to rescind this policy and go back to the timelines that are identified in the RFA. We're happy to work with everybody to make sure that these funds become available and are effective. Thank you.
We have 3 additional public comments that we just received. Laura Rodriguez, Dwayne Wildy, and Sheila Whitley.
I'll be very quick. This is just a moment of personal privilege. I'm Sheila Whitley here representing CTA. You've already heard from Danny Tucker, our new liaison from CTA. She and I know each other from the Curriculum and Instruction Committee and have worked together. She's a wonderful teacher, English teacher from Hacienda La Puente, and she teaches junior high school. So my hats are off to her. I'd much rather work with the high school students myself. Want to say something?
Well, now she's told you about me. I do teach middle school English. I love it. I teach history once in a blue moon when they ask me to, which I enjoy as well. I've been doing it for 25 years. I love it every day. I think we have the best job in the world. So I'm honored to be able to represent the 325,000 people that do what I do every day, and I look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Good morning, President Kirst, Deputy Superintendent Alcala, and the board members. I'm Laura Rodriguez with the College Board. I'm going to keep my remarks really brief. The intent of the AP U.S. History redesign was just to ensure that all the AP courses and exams maintained a strong alignment with college credit requirements, while also providing teachers with the flexibility to allow them to meet their state's standards, as well as focus on specific historical topics, events, and issues in depth. The AP U.S. History framework was authored by and has the overwhelming support of the AP U.S. History's teachers and college-level U.S. history professors. The new course emphasizes the American founding documents and their essential role in our nation's history. The new course does not remove individuals or events that have been taught in previous years. I'll leave my remarks at that. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Reverend Dwayne Wildy, and I just want to say that I am very deeply concerned as to the direction of our education system is heading, going all the way back to the days of John Dewey when he went to Moscow to study for several years and brought the teaching back and implemented them into our school system. Not long ago, I was given this book by a history teacher, and I went through it, and I was kind of astonished because I could not find any patriot organization or Christian organization. I did find several socialist organizations. It talks about the United Nations being a peace organization, and yet it failed to mention that Alger Hiss was the top administrator in our State Department. He was also a Soviet spy. He was the one that drew up the Charter for the United Nations, and he was sentenced to prison for perjury. It also didn't state that there were 16 of the first Secretary Generals that were all communists. So it's kind of slanted in a sense, making something to appear to be good to our children, but not giving them the full facts. And like I said, I just really would like you folks to review this information that is going out to our children. And we're moving away from the core, what made our country great to begin with. So thank you.
That concludes the public comment. So the board meeting is adjourned as a public. We will go to executive session. I think we will discuss the Cruz case versus California. So, board members, if lunch is out there, let's get to lunch. I know some people have to leave around 1, so we'll be expediting the process.
beside partner, it's my day. Bend an ear and listen to my version of a really solid Tennessee excursion. Pardon me, boy, is that the Chattanooga choo-choo?
Yes, yes, track 29.
Boy, you can give me a shine.
Can you afford to board the Chattanooga choo-choo?
I've got my fare and just a trifle to spare. You leave the Pennsylvania station about 3:45. Read a magazine and then you're in Baltimore.
Dinner in the diner, nothing could be finer than to have your ham and eggs in Carolina.
When you hear the whistle blow and 8 to the bar, then you'll know that Tennessee is not very far.
Shovel all the coal in, gotta keep it rolling. Woo woo Chattanooga, there you are.
There's gonna be a certain party at the station.
Satin and lace,
I used to call Funny Face. She's gonna cry until I tell her that I'll never roam.
So Chattanooga choo-choo,
Won't you choo-choo me home?
Chattanooga, Chattanooga,
Get a boat,
Chattanooga, Chattanooga,
all aboard.
Chattanooga choo-choo,
Won't you choo-choo me home?
Chattanooga choo-choo.
I'm worried about him, but I'm glad we're going.
Okay, the State Board will reconvene, and I want to report out that the state discussed the Cruz lawsuit. Board meeting is adjourned.